Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the second day of the Champions Chess Tour. This is your host Sagar Shah welcoming you to this amazing day filled with some amazing chess that we are going to witness. Well, as I started streaming today, I got to know that the match of Arjun and Magnus Carlsen will start at 11:20, not right now. And right now we have the losers of yesterday who are going to fight it out against each other. So for now, yesterday Gukesh lost to Hikaru Nakamura, and Rauf Mamedov lost to Wesley. So they are playing against each other. That's how things are. And so we will be following this game. A very warm welcome to everyone in the chat. And Arjun versus Magnus and Wesley So versus Nakamura will start at 11:20. I was not aware of this, but now we all know. So accordingly, we will adjust to it. So right now, Gukesh has played his knight to a5, and he is perhaps threatening a move to spoil the structure of his opponent Rauf Mamedov. Can you tell me what is the move that he's planning to play? Guys, just so that you get into the mood of the event and that you are ready, let's go. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Bishop takes f3 is the move, and after queen f3, gf3, that would be spoiling the entire structure. Let me see if you guys have got it right. How many of you? Yes, many of you. Deven, Mukul, Harmony, Harshit, Hansika, Suniti, Anupam, Ritvik, Prabhnur, and Rohita Sahu. Well done, guys. So with this, Mamedov is thinking, by the way, this is best of two. So it's something which will end pretty soon. Uh, I believe the idea is that from 9:30 to 10:15 is this, then 10:15 to 11 is the second game, and in case there will be an Armageddon, then it ends at 11:20, and then we can start the next one. Wesley is playing title Tuesday. Oh my god. Wow. Amazing. So Wesley is going to be in full practice mode. Huh? By the way, guys, I'm very well prepared for this as well. If you see here, Magnus versus Arjun, and behind it is Wesley versus Hikaru. Everything is ready for that stream that will happen later today and will start in around an hour and a half from now. Oh, he goes b4. Wow. Actually, guys, look at this analysis. Okay, I take here queen takes f3 makes a lot of sense, because if you take with the pawn, then h3 is hanging. So I take here, pawn takes. Now the structure is spoiled, but you cannot play knight b3. It looks very tempting, but after rook a b1, the knight is trapped. The reason is, after I take this pawn, pawn takes, rook takes. What is the move that is very strong here? Guys, can you tell me what is the very powerful move in this position? You guys are absolutely right. Very strong. Bishop takes h7 is the move with the rook hanging, and so that gives white a winning advantage. Very good job. Some names that I can see here: Angan Nath, Aryan Mehta, Piyush Gaikwad, Satyam Sharma, Prabhakaran Poduwal. Well done, all of you. Fantastic. So Gukesh doesn't get tempted by this. In fact, finds a very good idea after take. He makes an intermezzo. Guys, what is the move that Gukesh plays here? Come on. Can you tell me what is the move that Gukesh finds in this position? Very strong. Yes. P.S. Shah, you are right. Disco. Ishprit Singh, Abhinav Gupta, Rahul Mishra, Hari Patel, Arush Acharya, Vipin Mupalla. Very good. Rook c8, but you should say rook a c8, because if you say just rook c8, then both the rooks can come. But now I'm attacking your knight, and that is a fantastic move played by Gukesh here. And with this, he is telling Rauf that, okay, if you take here, then I will just take your knight. And if you save your knight, let's say you go rook c1, now I can go knight c4, and along with the support of my rook, the position looks pretty good. Let's see what Alireza Firouzja is up to, as we can see him on the screen as well. Alireza Firouzja here is playing against Alexei Sarana, and right now the position is slightly better for Alexei Sarana. They played this line which is quite popular. E4. Wow. It's a very interesting idea by Sarana. I think this is not played before, guys. So something kind of a new idea by Sarana. Let's quickly check if this has been played before or not. Oops. Not Tata Steel. Yeah, there you go. And yeah, there we have the game. So d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, c5, knight f3, knight f6, cd, cd, queen d4, ed, bishop g5, bishop e7. He went rook d1, right? Bishop e6, queen a4 check, knight c6, and e4. Only 2 games played here. So it's a very new idea that has been played by Alexei Sarana, because the main move here is e3, and this has been played in 347 games, as you can see here. But he played the move rook d1, and this is only 23 games and hasn't been played by any player above the rating of 2500. So very interesting decision here, and a new idea that Alexei Sarana has come up with. Castles, bishop e2, and d4 by Alireza Firouzja. Isn't this simply losing a pawn? Guys, what is Firouzja's idea after take? I think he just wants to go. Kapil Chaudhary says Raunak and Dubov have made quick draws straight to Armageddon. Oh, really? Wow. So maybe this Alireza wants to play this position, hitting here, maybe getting the bishop to c5, attacking here, and that might be his idea. But he plays, oh, he takes with the queen. Sarana says, I'll take with the queen, I'll offer the trade of queens. Abhishek says, Firouzja looks completely out of form. Yeah. Look at the time. He has only 3 minutes left. Let's quickly go and check what Gukesh's opponent did. Here, Rook AC1 by Rauf Mamedov. Prague versus Pranav happening in Division 3. Wow, really? Let's have a look at it. That would be really fun to watch as well. Pragnananda versus Pranav. Let me see if I can pull up the games. Yes, I can. There you go. Pragnananda versus. Whoa! Wow! Pragnananda, as we open this, he just sacks his knight here on b4. What? What is happening? 1 second. This is amazing. And what is his idea? If I take this, what does Prag want to do, guys? Can you tell me? What is Prag's idea? I think I can try and get this here. Okay, fantastic. So he takes on b4 and let's see what is the answer. You guys have brilliant job, guys. E4 is the correct answer as mentioned by 39 of you. Shashwat, Parida, Rachit, Sumit, Darsh, Yash, Nikhil, Vaibhav, Ishprit, Kashvi and Paplu. Well done, guys. So this was the correct answer. And now after knight db4, Pranav takes the pawn. Pranav versus Pragnananda just happened recently. If you guys remember, it was the finals of the... Which event was it, guys? Do you remember? Thogan says in this tour, the winner is not by luck but by showing true talent. The format is giving many chances to win. It's amazing. I would say the only thing about the format that's not wonderful is it's very confusing. But apart from that, you are very right, Thogan. It gives a lot of chances. Challengers chess tour, exactly. So the idea now for Prague is to push e4. I don't know why he's thinking so much. He has to push anyway. The move has not happened yet. So takes e4 is his point to attack here. Let's go back to Gukesh's game. Also, on the way, we can also check. Any other games interesting, please let me know, guys. But Gukesh here, after knight c4, his opponent took the knight, rook takes knight e4, and now he's come back rook c8. Okay, he could have played rook dc8 as well to defend his rook here, but he decided to come back. Raunak game. Do you think Raunak's game, you said there were 2 draws, right? Did the Armageddon start against Dubov? Oh, here it has started. Okay, there we go. Raunak Sadhwani versus Daniel Dubov. Amazing. Let me see if I can get the camera as well. Let's see if that works. Oh, there we have actually. We can get it. Well, I'm just trying this out. If it works, we can get both the players. We can watch them. And I think it's an interesting game. And there we have. We have Raunak versus Dubov on the screen. So I think the way it started is Raunak got the white pieces, so Dubov bid for lesser time. So now Dubov for draw is okay for Dubov. Raunak is black. 1 second. Raunak is black. So Raunak bid lesser than Dubov. Knight f3 d5, g3 g6. So bishop g7, bishop g2, e5, d3, knight c6, knight c3, knight e7, e4, de. Draw is fine for Raunak. bg4, bishop e3, knight to d4. Oh, interesting move. He plays bishop takes, pawn takes, and now the knight goes back. Okay. Now he goes knight to c6. Maybe Raunak could have played c5 here, just defending his pawn. But instead he goes knight c6. Kapil says Diptan Ghosh is playing Kramnik. Oh wow, that is another very interesting game. Okay, knight c6, knight f4, castles, h3. He took, bishop takes, knight e5, bishop moved back. h5 played by Raunak, and now Dubov goes h4. And what Dubov might want to do eventually is play his knight to d3, which he does, challenges the knight on e5, and then will go f4 and e5. So Raunak needs to draw this game in order to advance to the next level, next round. And there is no increment. There is no increment. So if I am not mistaken, Dubov started with 15 minutes. Raunak bid lesser time. He goes queen b6. Nice. But this is getting very risky for now Raunak, because after take, queen to d3, let's imagine you go and snatch this pawn. This is already a bit risky, because after f4, bishop g7, e5, white is the one in the driver's seat. He's closed the bishop. The bishop has opened up. The rook may join in. b7 will fall perhaps. e6 may come in with g6 hanging. Wow. Let's see if Dubov can play it this way. Let's also get, you guys have been mentioning that Kramnik is playing here. If we can get Vladimir Kramnik on the screen, that would be amazing. It's always a joy to see him. There we have Vladimir Kramnik, the great former world champion. And he is playing against Diptayan Ghosh, another Indian GM. And there we have Diptayan playing against Kramnik. But Diptayan Ghosh in big trouble. Kramnik, look at Kramnik's position here. He is utterly dominating the game. And he takes on g4. Wow. Just chops the pawn off. Amazing. And now his point is, if you take here, he's just going to take the bishop and game over. So Vladimir Kramnik will beat Diptayan in game number 1. Meanwhile, as we just mentioned, Raunak, and oh, he plays queen d3. What a beautiful move by Dubov. He finds this. His point is that if you take here, I'm going to go f4 and e5, opening up the bishop. Yeah. And let's quickly check what Gukesh is up to. Also, we have this game of Pragnananda against Raunak, against Pranav. So a lot of Indian players playing. There we have. Guys, I've made all these arrangements, different boards and all. Let's see if I can make it work. Ah, yes, there you go. It works well. Okay, Prag after playing CB4, sorry, CB4, knight B4, he goes bishop G5, Pranav. F6, CB now, FG, knight C3, G4, HG, bishop G4, bishop C6, BC6, and now knight E4. So Prag has the bishop pair, while Pranav has the two knights. Okay, going back. Nihal is not playing, yes. Where is Gukesh? Gukesh's game we were following until now. Let's also go back and see what Gukesh is up to after queen d3. Raunak did not get tempted to win the pawn. He goes back and in comes f4, c5. I believe Dubov is going to win this. He's going to take this home. He's going to just push the pawn to e5. Close the bishop down. Open his own bishop. Okay, b3 played. Now queen a6. I think e5 is just over. Guys, look at this. The difference in the fortunes of the two bishops. This bishop is looking at simply no future. This bishop is like completely dominated, while this bishop's future is super bright, beautiful future. But in fact, he didn't even let him take it. He took on his own and played rook a d8 and now bishop e4. I think he knows how to control such positions. Beautiful play by Daniel Dubov, and he's just winning totally. Okay, Diptyan Ghosh meanwhile has lost his first game to Vladimir Kramnik. Let's quickly check what is up with Gukesh and whether he is in control or are things out of control for Gukesh. I think things are looking pretty good for Gukesh here. Can quickly switch. Here, yeah, there we have Gukesh. And I think Gukesh after knight c3, so it happened like here, he went knight c3, king f8, looks very good position for Gukesh. Risk free edge it seems. a5, d5, ab, ab, he took on b4, bishop b6, rook d7, bishop d4. Oh, the point is you would want to take here and play knight d5. It looks great. But you can see the move. Yes, what's the problem here? White to play. Yes, Vaibhav Shreyas, Agam Shah. Fantastic, guys. Bishop takes g7 check. King takes rook c8. But now, look at this beautiful sequence. It continues. It's the ultimate disco. What's the disco now? Jishnu Bhutkar says short recap. Jishnu, I am also confused about the recap, so I can't give it. But right now, we are looking at the games of the players who lost yesterday and are playing against each other. Yes, knight e3 check. So first you gave a disco there from c3, win the rook, and then the knight gives the disco, and then you win the rook here, but eventually the game ends in a draw. But Actually, Gukesh didn't go for it. Gukesh played rook d c7, d6, bishop takes d6, bishop takes f6. And I think most likely this should end in a draw after. Oh, whoa, bishop f4 by Gukesh. I was thinking he would take here, take here, take here, and then they will agree to a draw because, okay, not agree to a draw. I mean, Gukesh would press on for a bit, but this looks most likely to be a draw after king g, not king g1, king g2, and it looks great. But Gukesh said, I'm not going that route because that would be drawish. I'll go bishop f4. I'll hit the rook. Oh, he blunders, I think. He blunders. He blunders. Bishop c1, rook c1, f6, and he plays rook d1. He had to play, wow, he had to play the move here, f4, to stop e5. But he blunders, and Gukesh gets e5, knight d5, and now I think the move that was missed by Rauf Mamedov, rook c1 on the board, and you could see there he has just completely blundered, because what Mamedov thought is that Gukesh will take his bishop, he will take the rook, it will be a draw, but Gukesh said nothing doing, rook c1, and guys, Gukesh is winning. Shreyas Kumar, please study right now and then you can come back. And I think this is time to resign. You can see 16 seconds left. There's nothing much to do here. And he resigns. Gukesh wins. Meanwhile, Alireza Firuza is completely lost against Alexei Sarana. The reason is the knight is trapped. Can we just simply not go king here and trap the knight? King b3 just traps the knight. No? Yeah, it's just over. What is Sarana thinking? Sarana is just calculating everything. Yeah, hybrid nugget, you are right. Every white square is taken. So the rook, the knight wants to go here, here, here. Everything is controlled. King comes in by Alireza. What Alireza wants to do is he wants to come in with his king further. But I think after king here, okay, you can win a pawn, but nothing more. I mean, white is just winning. He has 2 pawns versus 3. And he will win. Okay, so this one is in the bag for Alexei Sarana. It's oh, look at Sarana's technique. He doesn't even take this knight. He goes f4, pawn takes, and now takes this. King d4, bishop f3, king here, e5, king f3, e6, king here, e7, here queen f2, queen e4, king g3, and now queen h1 coming here. Firuza shaking his head, Alexei Sarana drinking water, and he's won. Gukesh relaxing on the screen. You can see him just getting into the groove of the game. Amazing. Okay, So this is win for Alexei Sarana. Now it's a 2 game match only. So Firuza has to strike back, so has Mamedov. But let's quickly go and check the game between Raunak Sadhwani. We were looking at that game. If we can somehow manage to get that Raunak Sadhwani versus Daniel Dubov, that will be amazing. Yeah, there we have both of them on your screen now. Daniel Dubov and Raunak Sadhwani. But where's the game? Let's quickly check the game. Yeah, there we have. Oh, Daniel Dubov is winning totally. You can see he first got a better bishop in the opposite colored bishop endgame, and then he's now just going all out. G4, rook f5. If some miracle is needed for Raunak Sadhwani to beat Daniel Dubov here, which looks very unlikely. Guys, do you think Raunak Sadhwani will be able to hold this? Ramit says Raunak looks so calm for his position. I don't think he's very calm. I mean, it's just totally lost here. Bishop d6. It's not going to be easy to hold this. But materially, it's around equal. But positionally, it's just gone. So let's say I go h5. He goes bishop c4, first hitting the rook. Rook goes back. And now Dubov comes in, hits the bishop and the pawn. And you can see Raunak is very unhappy there. If you go bishop e5, he can go check. King g6. And here's a very beautiful mate in 3, guys. Can you spot it? White to play. Mate in 3. Let's go. Well, h5 is possible, but then rook h5. Yes, Himnisa Ekta Nathan. Let's just see who got it right. h5 may not be the most accurate way. Rook f6. VSSC chess. Shashwat, Manasa, Himnisa, Aradhya, Kathiresan, Tanmay, Sampurna, and Diptesh. You take here, sacrifice, and then bishop d3, checkmate. The king is checkmated because the rook covers here. What a beautiful mate. By the way, Diptayan Ghosh against Vladimir Kramnik has reached a very interesting position here. And by the way, Raunak loses because he drew 2 games very quickly, and now he is, I think, out of it because he lost yesterday as well as today. Okay, knight f5, bishop g5. Very powerful pieces. Idea is to take and go queen g4. And also, like, if you go rook d8, then after bishop f6, white is just completely winning because after takes, you have queen g4. And it's over. So, Diptayan must be careful here. Kramnik is going all out. Queen e5 would be a great move for Diptayan. Also, we have Pragna Nanda But we don't have his camera, but we have his game against Pranav V. And Prag actually beat Pranav. As you can see here, Prag has started off with a win. Queen c6. Actually, it was an equal position. Rook c6. Just let me... Yeah, so going back here, it was equal. Queen c6, Queen c6, Rook c6, Rook d3, Rook a6. All good actually. Pranav was doing pretty well, but he blundered here with Knight d6, missing Rook f6. Ah, that was painful. He just missed it because then this is hanging. What did Diptayan do, by the way, after Bishop g5? He hasn't played his move. What a sack by Fabiano Caruana here. He's just taken on e6. Boom. What a move. Against... No, actually it's Salem Saleh who has just sacked a piece against Fabiano Caruana. There is Fabiano on your screen. And Salem Saleh here. Can't see him on the cam, but Rook takes e6. Wow. And if you play f takes e6, he'll just take with the knight, hit the queen and the rook, threatening a disco. But black has one defensive idea up his sleeve. Can anyone in the chat tell me? Black to play. Guys, what is the move here? Black to play. Please correct the spelling of... Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I didn't see it. That spelling of Carlsen was wrong. Okay, corrected. Thank you. This is not very easy, guys. Very tough move. You know what the move is? Not take the knight. If you take the knight here, you are losing after bishop g5 because I hit the queen. So that's not a good move. Look at Fabiano Caruana. If he finds this move, that would be really impressive. Because see, if you take here, I take here, you play a queen to e7, I take on f8, king takes f8, bishop h6 check, king e8, and queen d2. And the idea is rook e1, and this is a winning position. Okay. Now, the move that is recommended, by the way, did anyone find it? Let me see. Not really, but is there anyone? Yes. Radha Singhal and Sampurna Yadav. Brilliant job, guys. How did you guys find this move? Unbelievable. The idea is here after rook e6 to play knight a5, hit the bishop. Okay, you say to yourself, what's the big deal? I'll go back. After I take, knight takes, queen e7, knight f8, king f8, bishop h6. Here is the key difference. You can play bishop g7. And why was bishop g7 not possible in this position? Can anyone tell me? What was the reason that bishop g6, bishop g7 was not possible? Yes, Viresh Sharnarthi. Very good. Mala Shah, Deven Tiwari, Thogan, NSG, Devashish. Very good. Queen f3 check. And suddenly this bishop is not controlling this square. So knight a5, very important move. Did Fabiano Caruana find it? Oh my goodness, Fabiano Caruana found it. He played knight a5. That's why he's one of the best in the world. Queen e7. Now, let's see what. Epic game. And Diptan Ghosh actually played knight fe4 here, which is not bad. And he's doing quite well. But he needs to win with black, and Kramnik just needs a draw. So for Kramnik, it's not a big problem. He'll go queen d6, he'll trade the queens, and he'll be winning. But this one, what was, by the way, the result of Fabiano versus... Fabiano had won against Salem. So this, he needs a draw only. Abhishek Yadav, the format type, I don't know from where I can find a nice creative of this format. You know, it's like there was Division 1, Division 2, Division 3. Then in Division 1, all those who won the games moved to the semis. And all those who lost the games will play each other. So, you know, from the winners, someone will win. Then, so what will happen? I'll tell you. If Gukesh wins against Mamedov today, okay, and let's say Sarana beats Firuza today, then they both will move to the next round. And if Arjun beats Magnus today, and if Hikaru versus Wesley, whoever wins, let's say Wesley wins, then Magnus and Hikaru will face against Sarana and Gukesh. And from there they will win, and it will, you know, upar se and niche se, like that. Did you understand? Double elimination. We'll go to Gukesh's game. Guys, did you understand or not? Oh, he found bishop g7. Okay. Now what does Salem do? He goes bishop g5, but now bishop f6. Ooh, can't draw the game because then Caruana wins it. There go. Exactly. Pranav S, like repechage or repechak. Exactly. And Caruana is happy with a draw. Oh, what? Why is Salem agreeing to a draw? I think for Salem, it's like maybe this is the move that he will have to decide. No, so what I was saying is all those who win go to the next round, correct? So if today Magnus and Arjun are playing, whoever wins goes into the finals. Okay? And Hikaru and Wesley, whoever wins also goes into... Oh, they drew. So Caruana wins. And let's go to Gukesh's game because it's an important one. So then, yeah, it's not now knockout. So then whoever loses between Arjun and Magnus and Wesley and Nakamura will play against the winners of Gukesh Mamedov and Alexei Sarana and Firuza. So then whoever wins from bottom will face the winner there. Something like that, you know. Okay, got it. So I was thinking if Arjun beats Magnus, okay, and let's say Wesley beats Naka, then it will be Wesley versus Arjun, correct? Then let's say Arjun wins. From below, it will be Gukesh versus Magnus, and I'm just saying these names, and Hikaru versus Sarana. Then let's say Gukesh beats Magnus, Hikaru beats Sarana, then Gukesh versus Hikaru, then whoever wins there will take on Arjun. So Arjun versus Gukesh, and then something. So that was my uh, bit of fortune telling there, which needs, if it happens, then I'll maybe go crazy. Okay. Anyway, let's have Gukesh and them on the screen, because as you see, it's a very important thing. And by the way, why do we have division 2 and division 3? Well, it's because division 1 and division 1 is for the main prize fund and everything, but division 2 winner also goes into the next events division 1, that way. Okay, by the way, Gukesh started off with d4. Winner of winner bracket versus winner of loser bracket in grand finals, and in grand finals, if the winner of loser bracket wins against the winner bracket, then they will play 2-game match again. Oh, so nice. Thank you. Yes, Utsav, you are right. Amol Chavan is like, Sagar bhai, we like, if you can't convince them, confuse them. Yeah, no, I was not trying to confuse any of you. By the way, this is known as the Philidor. Very important, very good opening, very solid opening for black. I used to play it a lot. You put your queen here. He played bishop f8, queen there. Very solid, but Gukesh is going all out for the attack. He goes knight h4. He wants to go knight f5. Black must do something, so he takes in the center. Bishop d4, knight e5. Now the knight is attacking the bishop, but Gukesh puts his bishop back on f1. Aha, nice. Oh, one second. Sorry. This is the. I was talking about this opening. Sorry. This is the one. And I used to play this with black sometimes before. In fact, I have a very nice story about it. So I went to World Juniors in Hungary in 2010. Yes, I am very old. And at that tournament, I was going to play my favorite opening at that point was, I think it was Sicilian Accelerated Dragon, but I didn't like it so much. So in the flight, Debashish Das tells me that there is this Philidor system Fritz trainer on chess base by Victor Bologan, and he says, would you like to see it? And I'm like, okay, show me. And so I start watching it. I like it so much, and I watch it for the next day. I reach one day in advance in Hungary, and I'm watching it. Sorry, it was in Poland, not Hungary, Poland. And I watch it, and then I'm like, I'm very well prepared, and I go to the first round and I play it. E4 d6. Lakshndar Sagwal says, Sagar bhai, thing is simple. If you keep winning, you remain in upper bracket. If you lose once, you go to lower bracket, and it continues till the end. Good point. Good point, Lakshndar. Sumit says, can you please suggest a book or a course for Philidor? I'm starting to prep Philidor for classical tournament. I think this one is good. Victor Bologan's Philidor. It's a good one. By the way, now Mamedov is a bit confused what to do, because Gukesh is going f4 next and kicking him away. So for Mamedov, actually, it's not easy. By the way, if you go g5, yeah, g5, knight f5 seems like a decent idea. Can I take on e4? Oh no. Because knight e4, bishop f5, knight f6 is just game over. It's Aryan says, I've been playing Italian since 2 years or more. What happened? Oh, no, this is Firuja. Yeah. By the way, Firuja is right now actually not in a great position. Sarana has a nice position here. If Sarana manages to draw this, he beats Firuja. And if Gukesh also manages to hold this, he would be doing well. Oh, there are some moves. Bishop f1, g5. And Gukesh plays f4. Oh, interesting. He didn't go knight f5, which was actually pretty good. But he goes f4, which is also a good move. Gh, fe, de, bishop e3. And now he's attacking h6. He went knight h5 and now bishop takes h6. Bishop c5 check. And let's see what he does. Which story was I saying to you? I forgot. It's Aryan once again. You had asked me about. I have been playing Italian since 2 years or more from starting. Now I'm thinking most of my opponents know what to play against d4. So should I switch to English? So what happens, it's Aryan, is that Italian is a very deep opening, right? So if you are able to delve deeper, it would be good. But there is also something to be said about expanding your repertoire. But I don't know what your level is. So you have to decide. It's a very typical choice when you do anything in life, whether you want to become a specialist or you want to become more of a generalist. And some people enjoy being a specialist, some people like being a generalist. For example, Praveen Thipse, who is a very strong grandmaster, he has played King's Indian against 1d4 all his life and e4 e5 all his life with black. But there are some players who played different openings. So you have to understand what you are good at and try accordingly. Viresh Sharmarthi says, can you suggest me a positional book? Viresh, a very good book is Can You Be a Positional Chess Genius? I really love that book. And also Reassess Your Chess is a beautiful book by Silman. And I think there's also this Konstantin Landa and this book, the Manual of Positional Chess by Sakev and Landa. It's a nice book also. I think it has many positions. Okay. Queen e7. Now you can take and move your king away to h2. Yes, I told about that story, yeah, about the Philidor story that I played in Poland. Okay, all of you who are waiting for Arjun versus Magnus, it starts in less than an hour from now. So that is going to be fun. And I'm going to just get some water for myself in a second. Kapil says if Gukesh wins today, he will face the loser of Magnus versus Arjun tomorrow. Arre wah, Kapil, that's very cool. Thanks. Mitten's parody account is Sicilian and the Italian the same opening. Not really. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop C4 is Italian, and E4, C5 is Sicilian. If Arjun and Wesley both win their games today, then it will be Arjun versus Wesley in winner bracket. So whoever loses between them again will get a chance and they will play the winner of the loser bracket. Yeah. It is quite complicated. Yeah. I mean, I can tell you guys, this tournament is very good for the players. I was talking about this to Amruta, that for the players it's very nice because everyone gets a chance to play all the days. It's like they are they are playing against. Ooh, nice move by Guki. What a move. Knight G1. And his idea is to place his knight on F3, attacking H4 and E5. A backward move to put your knight on a great position. Wow. मजा आ गया. मजा आ गया दोस्तों. मजा आना चाहिए. So, as we said, the tournament is good fun for players, but for the people who are broadcasting and trying to predict who will win and stuff, it's very tough. There are too many possibilities. Lakshandar says it's good format. This format is used in most esport tournaments. Oh, Kapil says Diptayan is 1.5 against Kramnik. Wow, really? So knight to F3. Now maybe the queen can come to G5. And by the way, Gukesh most likely is going to go through now. So guys, does this mean that whoever loses today in this, like Gukesh versus Mamedov, let's say Mamedov loses, and if Firuza loses to Sarana, does it mean that they are out of the tournament, or they will still play against each other? Like maybe Firuza versus Mamedov will also happen. Yes, I know. I came to Buddhi Open in 2030. They are out. Okay. So they don't play with each other. Okay, got it. King G7. Now Gukesh goes bishop D3. One of the main ideas for Gukesh is to put the rook on F1 now, because this is where the weaknesses are. F6. Okay, rook F1. I like this move. Why not? Just go rook F1. If you lose twice, you are out. Got it. If you lose one, you get one more chance. Till you keep. So that means in this format you can't lose twice. So no one in the loser bracket can lose. Correct? Understanding. No one can lose in the losers bracket. Got it. Got it. Ooh, Gukesh goes rook G1. Guys, you all have made me very smart about this format now. That's why it's called double elimination. Fantastic. Simple logic is you lose 2 matches and you are out. That's why it's got it. Rook H8. I don't think Gukesh is going to dare playing G3 right now. He has played it, rook G1, but he won't go G3 because it just weakens his position so much. Knight is coming here. It's too weak. He won't do that. He's going to wait. He's going to wait. Any rated tournaments in March, April? Arya Singh. Guys, Delhi Open is happening in March. Oh, he goes rook F1. Gukesh is like, I didn't like my rook there. I'm coming here. Improving on his mistake. Please think about Delhi Open. It's a great event. It happens generally in January, but this time because of some COVID issues, They did not hold it in Jan. It's going to happen now in March. So you can play rook a g8. I like black's position, by the way. He can go knight f4. He can go king f7. Okay, now he goes queen e1, keeping an eye on h4 pawn. Rook h7. By the way, guys, you can check out the tournaments in chessbase.in/calendar. It's very cool. And also, I really want you guys to check out chessranga.com. I have been updating things there and I have been working on it. And I really need your help, feedback on that. And it's actually shaping up pretty decently. Subscriber count is live. We have reached 1,011,000. No, sorry. 1,117,564. Well, hoping to reach 1,120,000 soon. King h8. Opening up the rook here. The knight wants to join in on f4. Yes, Crick edits. You are right. Arjun versus Carlsen will be ultimate match. Okay, by the way, Alireza Firuza is slowly starting to try a bit, but the position looks equal. Black has a nice bishop here, also wants to trade on d5 soon. I don't know if he may be able to win this, because if he draws, he's out. He's out of the tournament. Look at how Gukesh is getting very passive here. And this might represent a chance for Mamedov. He comes in with his knight. Bishop f1. Gukesh gets even further passive. But he says, okay, I have defended everything for now. And it's not so easy for Mamedov to break through. But it's also not easy for Gukesh to move anything. Okay, I think as Mamedov, you can just get in rook g3. But no, rook g3, I think there is a problem. Let's say if you go rook g3, then I can give you a check here. That could be a problem. So maybe knight h4 also. But then there's rook e3 attacking here, and then this is hanging. Okay, interesting. What did he do? He goes queen e7. Guys, what do you think will be the score of Arjun versus Magnus today? Hari Teja says Carlsen will crush Arjun 3-0. Oof. Brutal. I don't think so. I have a feeling that today Arjun will win. Guys, how many of you support me? 2-2. 3-0 Magnus. Arre Bapre, Morning Star. Rooting for Arjun. Arjun wins. आज तो मजा आएगा. Yesterday the way he beat Firuza was so dominating, right? He beat him 3-0. You know about Arjun? He's such a big fighter, and he believes in himself. I think he's a great embodiment of sort of very, how do I put it? Intense willpower, but not like he shows it. You know, it's there, but you can't see it externally. He has very high willpower. Also maybe like some kind of a passive aggression, you know, that's also something. Oh, he blunders. He just gives up a pawn. Mamedov was putting so much pressure on Gukesh, and suddenly, let's look at Gukesh's expression. Does he see it? Does he see that this is a free pawn? I mean, the main problem is that after take, I understand that Mamedov says that if you go back, then there will be threats on h3. But after rook d2, it's defended. And then the rooks can think about entering here. So yeah, he takes on h4, rook h7, and now rook d2. Of course, Gukesh is going to play that. Rook fd2. Anuj says when it's against top 10, Gukesh and Arjun have faced serious trouble. I mean, I think it's kind of understandable, no? That they are going to face trouble against the best players in the world, and they are gaining experience and trying to move up the ladder. So it's not going to happen overnight. It'll take some time, but it'll happen. It will happen. The main thing is to give them opportunities, more and more opportunities, winning, losing, you know, that will keep on happening. But once they have enough opportunities, they will strike. So our job mainly is to make sure that they get opportunities. More tournaments, more ability to play these top guys. Daniel Stevens says beating Magnus is not a cup of tea. That is true, Daniel. I agree. Why is Nihal not playing? Ajit says. Ajit, I think Nihal is in Germany. He's playing a classical tournament. I don't know if his games have started yet, but I know for a fact that he and Leon Mendonça are both playing there for the same team. It's called the German Bundesliga. Can tell you guys if he has started playing or not. A5 is hanging for Rauf. It's Danny. It's Danny. Yeah, that's a good point. You saw it well there. It is hanging. And you can see Rauf Mamedov not so happy. By the way, Firouzja loses to Sarana, which means Sarana beats Firouzja 2-0. It is simply unbelievable because Firouzja is now 5 losses in a row. You know, guys, I can tell you something. Like, this is a very good example that when things are going your way, you should definitely try and continue. Because if you take a break or if you are not at it, later on it can become tough. For example, with Firouzja, he was in such great form, he was playing so well, he took such a long break and now he's in trouble. Of course he will come back, I have no doubt about it. But he's losing time. He's losing precious time. Queen f2. Prakhar says, deep down you also know who's gonna win. You just aren't ready to admit it. I don't know, yeah. Like, seriously. I know Magnus is the favorite, but I can't say that I know he's gonna win. I mean, Magnus is a favorite in every tournament you play. There's no question about it. By the way, Gukesh has to go g4 and then knight f4. And now, what is a very good move here, guys? White to play. Let's see how many of you can find it. White to play. What is an excellent move here? So I'm not going to kid myself that that Magnus is not the favorite, but I definitely feel that these youngsters learn so quickly. Oh, by the way, Gukesh didn't play it so well. I was asking in this position, what is a good move? Yeah. And so the move that has been recommended, knight f5 played by Gukesh as well, but I don't like it. You see, here is the point. This knight is very strong. And it's on a dark square. The bishop can never get rid of it. You need to use your knight to get rid of this knight. So the move that I was looking for was knight g2. And it has been mentioned by Rahul, Kavya, Shubhi, Shaunak, Hari, Dharmik, Shashwat, Prem, Kritika and Sherlock Ram. Well done, guys. Fantastic. Knight to g2. Not knight f5. But Gukesh actually plays knight f5, which is not a good idea. I mean, it lets his opponent back into the game somewhat. Queen g3, take. But okay, Gukesh is still clearly better. He is a pawn up, plays c4, and he should win. Okay, after queen f4, rook e7, rook e1. Maybe Gukesh knows that a draw is enough, so he is not being very accurate. Now the game has become complicated because now the threat is to go check. Queen e1, king g2. You can't go d2 because of check and then there's a puppet. Oh, he goes d2. But now, careful. Should we give this check? Is it a draw? Is it a perpetual? This might be the difference between going into an Armageddon or a draw. Check, king d7. Oh, blunders. King c8 is a blunder. Queen e7 was winning the game. It was just over. But king c8. Now queen g8 check. Queen f8 is also fine. Has to play queen g7 so that, yes, he finds it. Now queen d4. Very important. Gukesh closing in on the draw. But what about king a6? No, c5. Oh, the main point was here. King a6 and b4. How tough is that? If he queens b5 is a checkmate. And if you take here a5 threatening him. Oh my god, that was too tough to find in 10 seconds. So he goes c5 here. And Gukesh has lost that game. Mamedov is back. What a finish there. Rauf Mamedov beats Gukesh. And we are going into the Armageddon. Oh, well, he was just there. Gukesh was so close to a draw. But okay, I can understand that this was very tough to find. But he was totally winning the game. Check king here, and this b4 would have been an epic move if he could have found it, because if you queen b5 is checkmate, takes. But if you take, then I go a5, and the point is if you take king a5, queen a7 is a mate. Otherwise, this is a mate. So he has to play c5, queen c5, and then it's a draw. So with queen e4. But Gukesh went check, king a6, queen f8, king a7, and now there are no checks and he had to resign. Yeah, Sushil Ganesh, you're right. Gukesh was looking for a draw in a winning position. I agree. Now Gukesh needs to first bid. It's a 15-minute each, so he must bid. Whether whoever bids the lowest gets the black pieces and draw odds. They can draw the game. So if let's say you bid 10 minutes, your opponent bids 11, you get 10, opponent gets 15, and you play. And a draw would mean that black player goes through. White must win in this. Yeah, it's not going to be easy for Gukesh to recover. Am I saying it right? It's up to the players to choose white or black. No, I think this is the way, right? that it happens. Vivan Khare says Sagar, should one analyze their games with engine or without? I would suggest that spend some time without engine, think on your own, and then you look at the engine. It will be very useful. The bidding system is to decide who will get the black pieces and who will get white. You have to bid a time. From 15 minutes, you can bid 14, 13. I think you can bid every 1 minute. The one who bids the lowest gets the black pieces. No, Sangeeta Mazumdar, knight f5 wasn't the best. Knight g2 would have been better. Yeah, Arka, you are correct. I won't discuss or analyze towards the end of the game. Sometimes it's like I'm very curious to know why is this not winning? What's happening here? Why is this like? Why did he not go queen d4? What was the reason? What was Gukesh thinking? And then yeah, maybe it's better to analyze after the game. Oh, there you are. Rauf Mamedov is back. By the way, what happened in Prague versus uh Ar- Prague versus Pranav? Prague actually has been winning all the games. Yesterday he did beat Tabatabai, I think. So, and Prague beat Pranav. Wow, what a finish this is, guys. Look at this beautiful finish by Pranav, by Prague against Pranav. Okay, this is pretty winning position for white. He sacks an exchange. But the finish is epic. Takes, check, check, and it's a mate almost. The king can't go here because the knight is there. Queen has to interpose. The king can't go back on the last rank because the queen is there. Wow. And if you play this, this is just over. Amazing. So Prag is doing well. He wins against Pranav. I think today in Women's Grand Prix is a rest day. Also in the Division 2, I think Diptayan Ghosh did he drew against Kramnik. So Diptayan is also out. Okay. Now we are going to start within 25 minutes. Arjun versus Magnus. Magnus. But before that, we have the very thrilling Armageddon between Gukesh and Mamedov, and it's going to be great fun. Manasvi says it's so funny that with the complicated new rules, even the players aren't sure who they are playing in next in the losers brackets. Yes, that's for sure. But also in winners bracket, you are not sure, right? Who you are playing. It's always the case. Rookie says I got a chance to meet Humpy and Harika at Grand Prix. Wow. Are you in Germany? Sherlock says Prag's calculations are spectacular. Yeah, exactly. He's really strong. I'm very surprised that he didn't make it to Division 2 at least. I mean, he's very likely to make it to Division 1 as well. But you have your off days, and Prag is making it back to the top of his division. Himank, who gives all the updates on ChessBase India's different social media, says the biggest disadvantage of this format, it's so hard to follow all the games and make updates. I think as I just mentioned some time ago, this format is a very player first format, not a very broadcast friendly, or you can say viewer friendly format. I think it has more to do with the fact that all the players get more opportunities to play. They're not knocked out easily and so on. But when is the game starting? They should start now. Mr. Mir Abid Niklesh is very much at home, and uh, he will be streaming soon. He's also making a lot of videos these days. I hope you're following ChessBase India Hindi. Magnus is live on Twitch. Wow, really amazing. By the way, guys, I must tell you one book which I have been enjoying a lot, which has been given to me by my friend Ashwin Subramanian. It's called Deliberate Calm. It's very useful for me in my work, not a chess book. There are many chess books also which I can tell you guys about, but I was talking about what has been helping me at my work and being a better person. So, Deliberate Calm is the name of the book. Oh, Magnus is live on Twitch right now with DJ. Oh, which means that if Magnus is taking it a bit lightly, Arjun has good chances. What is Magnus's channel name? Let's put a link there for all the viewers to, follow Magnus. I think Magnus's thing is very clear. He doesn't want any followers or subscribers. He just wants to have fun. But I don't know. It's called.
Does anybody know?
Muskenisen.
It allows the holder to see their enemies. Oh, pink pants.
Oops. Let me just make sure I don't open some stream unnecessarily. Yeah, there you go. I'm going to pin that one so that you guys can go and check it out. Yeah, there you have. Is he there? Why is he sitting with 4 people? Manasvi says a non-chess book recommendation for you. How to do nothing. Resisting the attention economy. That's a nice name. How to do nothing. Yeah, I agree with you that often not doing is better than doing something useless. Okay, guys, game is about to start. Gukesh getting ready. I am amazed by the patience that Gukesh has. He's very calm, very quiet, not in a hurry. By the way, guys, the first link in the description is also something that you can check out. We made an official Chess Base India club on chess.com. The tournament is sponsored by them and is organized by them. And we have created a club there, so you can check it out. I think it's the first link or not. Maybe there's some other link. Oh, Mamedov is black. He got 11 minutes. Gukesh has white. Has the game started? One second. I don't think the game has begun yet, or has it? Magnus not taking seriously at all. Ah, the game has come up now. Guys, I feel that Magnus, even when he's not taking things seriously, is a very dangerous opponent to face. So, there we have the game has been d4 by Gukesh, knight f6, c4, c6. Mamedov has 11 minutes, Gukesh has 15. We have the Slough defense on the board, bishop f5, knight to c3, e6, knight h4, bishop g6, takes here, and Amruta coming at the very exciting moment in the stream today. Amruta, what are you wearing on? Is it a diamond necklace?
औकात में रहो.
Oh, CD. I'm very surprised why he did not take with the e pawn. That would have been perhaps more normal, but he takes on CD. Bishop d2, bishop e7, queen b3, queen b6, take, knight takes, bishop b5 check, knight d7. I feel the opening hasn't gone Gukesh's way as much because he's in a must win. It's the Armageddon.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah.
That choose anytime wala?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, he's got knight c. His opponent chose 11 minutes.
He's a. So that's a big advantage, no? 4 minutes Gukesh is high.
Yeah,
more on time.
but even Mamendo, this is not working. Amrita.
You want my Logipop?
Eh,
I can rent you. So that you can give me a diamond necklace.
Okay,
Well,
Gukesh
anyway,
takes.
Sagar, I think this is a great position for him. I like it.
Why? Why do you like it?
He's going to have a central pawn majority. I like his king better than black's king. The c4 pawn, I'm not sure if it is still weak or something, but e4 is pretty powerful in that sense.
Also, Amrita, a5 and rook a4 to attack c4 could be an idea.
Great idea. Love it. So a4 is a great move by Gukesh. Amazing. What a move, in fact.
Shravan Reddy Gaddam says, is this Shakriyar Mamedyarov's brother? No, guys. He's not. This is Rauf Mamedov. He's from the same country as Mamedyarov, but not his brother.
Yeah, their names sound like brothers. But he would still, I mean, if Tigran Petrosian would look like brother, I think.
Okay, Amrita. F5 played. And now I believe Gukesh will either go H4.
Why? You need to stop G5 or what?
No, I just want to move my rook here, but then H2 hangs, or A5, and he
But I
goes
like your
A5.
A5 plan more. A5
Yeah.
was great. A5 is great.
Yeah.
In fact, you are going to go rook a4. After that, how is black going to defend this? Because his knight can't come here. His knight can't come
Rook
here.
C8,
Okay?
Amrita.
Yes. Then imagine rook a4 ke baad you also have rook b4.
No, you don't have.
Acha, you don't have. Sorry. Okay, I'm just right
No,
now
but Amrita, this
coming
is
in the groove.
this is a good idea. Rook A4, then you go H4,
Huh?
then move your rook here, and then you try to put pressure
Where do you
on.
go with that knight on c3?
Maybe you can go to knight A2 or knight D1.
Please, उसका कोई future present में नहीं है.
Yes, but H4, good move. See?
Yes, you want to
Gukesh.
go rook at c1. Yes. What do the guys think? So Gukesh needs to win this, no?
Yes. I think he's got a good position out of the opening. So he is better. But last game he was +5 at some point. And still he lost. Yeah.
That's huge, man. That's so heartbreaking.
Actually, instead of starting with knight A4, rook A4, you may want to think of knight A4.
But again, where is the knight going? Because you don't want to go. What? Rook b1?
Oh, he's going B3. Gukesh is like, while normal people think C4 is the weakness, legends think B7 is the weakness. I'm going B3. I'm going to take rook takes, and then this is weak.
Yeah, Sagar, I understand. I said c4 was a weakness. I get that. But this is a great move by Gukesh, really, to understand that c4 is not the weakness to attack. I'm loving his play overall. I'm just loving the way he is slowly improving his position, where he's placing his rooks and pieces. ये open file नहीं है. One second. Rook c1 is not the actual open file. He wants to open the b file.
True.
So sometimes the path is not yet created, but it is better than the current mediocre path.
Correct. So you can create new paths in life,
Yeah.
like maybe how you created new paths in your life, Amrita. Can you tell people about the new paths you have created?
I think leaving certain things doesn't mean quitting, switching. I would rather call it switching at the right time, quitting at the right time.
Or maybe like, as chess photography,
Chess
also
photography was a new path.
chess
for sure.
entrepreneur,
That was a new
chess
path.
player.
Chess player, yeah, I stopped.
I mean, doing all these
Chess
things
coaching
together.
was there, yes.
Chess coaching.
Okay, बायोडेटा नहीं बताते हैं इधर. Rook h8. He still went rook h8 because he wants to defend by rook c7, I guess.
No, but I guess Gukesh can go b3, but it might be that he's waiting for the right moment to go b3. He might be thinking of putting his knight here and then going b3. So then he has more control on b6. He goes knight a4. Good chess by Gukesh.
Wow. So you are saying that Gukesh had time to improve his pieces because b3 is unstoppable, right?
Yeah. So now b3 maybe.
That's a great idea.
Or Amrita, you can start with b4 with the idea of
Or
b5.
anything else to improve the position? Or no? Is b6 is b5 the threat? Yeah.
b4 played. And his idea could be knight c5 now. Because if you go knight c5, let's say I go king g8, then knight c5. And if you take here, I'm going to take with the pawn with b file opening up, c4 being extremely weak.
Crazy. Shubhi Gupta says in my system, this type of move is called mysterious rook move. Yes.
Nice one, Shubi. But Shubi, I think Rook B1 is a little less mysterious. Imagine in such a position, if you
Yeah,
play, just to show you, let's say I go Rook
B1.
maybe just some king f3, you go bishop b4, and now if you play rook b1 with the idea that if he takes, you take with the pawn and open the rook, that's a very mysterious rook move. But rook h b1 with the idea of just pushing b3 may not be highly mysterious, so it's small mystery. Okay, b4, Mamedov has not played his move. Or has he? Oh, he plays b5, Amruta. Now, of course, you must take en passant. Knight takes. And now
But
knight
now,
c5, no?
Sagar, now forget about the c4 as a weakness. Forget about b7 as a weakness. We have a new guy there. Yeah.
Yeah. Now a6 is weak.
But then knight c5, as you showed, is going to be strong.
Yeah, finds it. Good play by Gukesh. But look at Mamedov. He's creating his own play. He's saying, I'm attacking here. Also threatening c3. So Gukesh quickly moves his
But
rook.
then knight b4?
And now if you take knight b4, maybe knight d7 is his idea. To hit the rook, and if you play rook b7, then I'll go check, king moves back, and then I can take on b4,
Rook b4?
rook b4, and then rook a6 with e6 hanging, c4 weak. This is better position for white.
Do you like the knight better than the bishop there?
Yeah, of course, knight on e5, very strong.
Uh-huh.
By the way, if he does not draw this, I mean, if he does not win this, Amruta, he is in trouble, Gukesh. So he must play carefully. He cannot let, his already material is quite less. And by the way, guys, I have pinned a link in the chat. It's the live stream of Magnus Carlsen. He's streaming live. If you want to go and follow him, the world champion takes on Arjun Erigaisi in some time. And Magnus is with his friends and DJ and stuff like that. He's just very relaxed. He wants to enjoy today. But who knows? At the end of the day, Arjun might spoil his party. What do you think?
That definitely sounds exciting.
You know, Amruta, it's like you are just in a very chilled mood, but then you lose one game. Then you're like, oh my god, I have to
A chess
let.
player can never be relaxed if he is losing. He can only be relaxed until he is winning. I mean, if I start losing against Samay, I can't stay relaxed. And you can believe Magnus is losing and...
Oh, what a blunder!
What? Let's find. What? Simple e6 mar raha hai na?
Hmm?
No, rook e6 is a big blunder.
No, rook e6, rook c5.
Correct, that's
or
a big
bishop
blunder.
c5 maybe.
Right.
But
So you can't do
Amruta, it's
that.
not an easy move.
Once again,
Oh.
if you trust your chat, clear chat moves and ask them a question.
Guys, what do you do? Very nice move. Whoa, Gukesh finds it. Knight d3, Amruta was the move. So many people in
But
our
it's
chat.
delayed.
No, now just knight e5. Take on c4, hitting the rook. And now it's over.
Is there any idea like e4, bishop g5 in the future?
Now let's say you save this, and now a very important thing is that
Knight
the
e5 with the idea of e4, bishop g5 mate?
the king is just lost, Amruta. The thing is, if you had gone, let's say, to any other square like
Anyway,
king
king
g8,
96 is later going to
yeah,
happen.
then I'll come here, attack
Rook
here,
e6.
e6 is hanging. So he went to f6.
That's very
But
natural.
the problem is that
I
after
would-
rook b3, knight e5,
Yeah, and
the
then
king
e4.
king is trapped.
Arey Sagar, look at this mate. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yes,
Knight e5,
yes.
e4 later.
Let's say I wait.
Rook b2, e4 is not going to work. No, bishop g5 is not here until you have the rook on b2.
But then I have king up. Oh, then you'll
g4,
go g4. Oh.
mate. It's a mate.
Okay, let's say for example rook b1. Then you go e4, takes, bishop g5. Oh my god,
What a
Amruta.
lovely mate.
I'm so proud of you for
But you
spotting
were not
it.
listening to me.
But that isn't that our story of our life.
Yeah. I do that and you too do that. And we spent 9 years and ninth anniversary. Okay, but that is cool. So he went rook b3.
He
Yeah,
goes
knight
knight
e5.
e5, threatening e4.
But rook b2 is natural, yeah.
Rook b2. Mamedov spots it.
Now, what do you do? Oh, the king on f6. Massacre.
Hmm. Hmm. King d1.
Hmm.
I hope Gukesh does not falter here. He's played this very well until now. No, he went what?
He's played amazing. No, he won't.
They have repeated twice. Come on, Gukesh.
No, he goes rook a7. Of course he knows.
Neo says, Sagar, what is more deadly, relaxed Magnus or prepared Magnus? I think in general, Magnus in any form or shape is dangerous. But I feel like a relaxed Magnus is slightly less dangerous. We have seen him, like Pragnananda beat him when he was enjoying those stand-up comedy podcasts on his headphones. Remember in the Champions Chess Tour?
Yeah, for sure.
Manasvi says, Magnus said on his stream that in the 50-minute analysis session, Gukesh was teaching him more than Magnus was teaching him because Gukesh was spotting much wider lines. It was very useful for Magnus.
Oh, wow. Amazing. Gukesh OP ho jayega guys in the chat. For sure.
That's a very big statement because Gukesh said he learned a lot from Magnus.
It's a win-win situation, no?
Yeah.
Amazing. Bishop d8.
Now, Lamruta,
But
how about
mate
e4?
Oh, rook is on b3, na? But knight is not on e5.
Take.
So you take bishop
Check.
g5, king f5. Oh, rook f7.
At the very least, you can win the bishop, no?
Acha, yeah. Oh, come on. So to e4 obvious ho gaya na फिर. Hey, but is rook f7 not a mate? He played e4. What a game Gukesh has played, yaar. This one is really amazing. मजा आ गया.
मजा आ गया.
Too good.
क्या
Too
बात?
good. What timings of each and every move. The plans which he found.
Mamedov shaking his head here. I think, Amruta, the good news is that with this win, I'll tell you the format. I've understood it now completely. Chat and made me understand.
Chat understood it.
Yeah.
Ah, most of them are to in IT and engineers and this and CAs and and school में भी है ना थोड़े बच्चे but
Oh, look at this move, 95. Amruta, the point is rook f7 is a mate now. And if you play bishop e7, then we have this
the same
famous
mate.
mate that was spotted by the smart Amruta Mokal here.
Yeah. Oh, but it's a great mate what we are having on the board. I mean, just imagine if Mameda says, okay, Gukesh, you can do that. And then it happens on the board. What if they stop the rule of, like, you cannot resign? We will get some amazing checkmates, no?
Yeah. So,
oh, Rudrak says, Amrita, you and Magnus said what a game at the same time.
oh.
Awesome. Thanks, Rudraksh. That's a great news for today.
So, Amruta, the thing is, 8 players started in Division 1, right?
Okay.
All those who lost went down. All those who won went up. Okay. Now, if you lose, if you are at the bottom bracket anytime and you lose another game, you are out of the tournament. If you are in the top bracket and you lose a game, you go to bottom bracket. And then if you win, you again go up. Do you get it? So, anytime you lose 2 times, you are out of the tournament.
I got it. Sagar. When you know you have no criticism. I have no criticism here for whatever you said.
Mamedov is not playing at all. He's down to his last 1 minute.
Mr. Gary is writing even more. Division 3 के बारे में.
No, you don't go up. Lakshandar, I understand. You stay in the lower bracket, but you are in the tournament. Yeah. Once you lose a game, you are in the lower bracket, basically. Oh, resigns. Gukesh is now still in the tournament. Amruta, Gukesh will face the loser between Arjun and Magnus.
Oh, so either way saying Gukesh versus Magnus or Gukesh versus Arjun.
Tomorrow.
Amazing. Amazing. That's going to be great fun. Fun seems unstoppable.
What happened? Guys, where is Magnus Carlsen? Because we have only his chair.
This says Magnus went to prepare.
Yeah, Magnus is gone from the screen.
So he's in US, right?
No, Canada, Amrita. You know they are two different.
You know, I believe that many of the Indians used to think like Canada and US are like US basically until a long time.
No, I think no one thought that.
No, earlier, I'm sure a lot of people thought that.
Guys,
way.
anyone thought that way?
Earlier, when they were kids,
There are some kids in the
or
chat.
when they didn't have geography. Geography, 10th tak there is geography.
You
na?
talk for yourself. You thought that. Did you also think?
Yeah, look, one person said, yeah, Surya. No, but almost. Satyam, I'm two people.
All those who said yes are ultimate truthful people. Because first of all, it is an embarrassing thing. Then they are typing also. So it's like ultimate truthful guys. Please, whoever are you, whoever they are, I mean, they will be very successful in life. Oh, Magnus is here. Hello, Magnus Carlsen.
Oh,
How are you doing? He goes away.
nice. But he seems in a very happy mode. Maybe he's just dancing and too good,
Yeah.
too good. So this as Chris says, rookie with white at advantage on clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
No, Gukesh played well today. He played first game he won. Second game he was winning, but he lost towards the end. And it was a very nice finish, Amrita. I want to show you and I want to ask you one question. Let's see if you are able to spot it.
Why is he coming again and again and checking like? And why does he seem like completely in another world?
He's also streaming.
Acha.
Okay, Amrita.
Okay.
You are Gukesh and you are white. And Mamedov is about to queen. If you draw, you win the match. What do you play here?
So queen d4 check, king a6 and no check.
Harry Potter has told that it's all North America continent. So you are right in that sense.
Wow! Arey, thank you, Daniel Radcliffe. That's amazing. Thank you. Though Sagar is not very happy to hear that.
No, of course I knew it, Amrita.
Acha.
The way I remember it is that C, there's Canada, then there is U, there is USA, and then there is M,
no.
Mexico.
And if I have to draw, I need perpetual. Perpetual, kaise? If king is on a6 and king is on a7, I can't have both the checks. So that is not happening, actually speaking. Which means, एक तो check दे ही दो, queen d4, king a6, c5, queen c4, king a7. Dude, it's not happening. ठीक है, f6, d1, queen, f7, mate ही हो जाएगा इधर. I don't feel like even calculating that. We need to check. Mate. Feeling का तो कुछ है ही नहीं.
So basically, Gukesh had only like
Hey,
10
1 second.
seconds.
B4, D1 queen, C5, King A7. Gukesh had 10 seconds and he found.
No, he didn't find. He played C5
Oh, that's lost.
and then here. And then he tried to checkmate him here. But after King A7, he resigned.
Okay, but did the chat find?
No one found. So
Okay.
check.
Am I close anywhere?
You
At
tell
least
what
give
the
me
move.
some hint. Nah, King A6 suppose. One
Now
second.
find the move.
But was I anywhere close to consider anything?
No.
Queen D3.
Yeah, you were close. And guys, we have hit 1 million.
B4.
117,700 subscribers. Awesome.
Awesome. Do like the streams, guys. B4. If you queen, there is B5 mate. So you cannot take. So you need to take A takes B4. At least I found one move which kind of sustains yourself. Take care. Plan next. A5. Because now their threat is queen B6. So again, forced for him to make a queen. So king A, if king A5, then queen A7 is a mate. So how does he save it? C5.
Queen.
Queen B6 checkmate.
Nice.
But wait, C5. It's not. So queen C5. Now you need to. Now the mate is not there. No? 1 second. It is. How do you stop? Queen B6 check. Oh my
Check.
god. And queen C6. Oh, queen 6 is a blunder.
Because now the king can come here.
Wow, this was brilliant. I actually thanks for showing me this. And I bet a lot of people who joined later, they also got to see this position. It was a study-like position for sure. Amazing.
Yes.
Loved it.
Amrita, by the way, a big matchup coming up also apart from Gukesh versus Magnus today is Hikaru versus Wesley So. And some news came in that Wesley So was actually playing Title Tuesday before he started playing here, which is simply amazing.
Was there a result today? Everybody are sharing their percentile.
Oh, today it looks like JE result just came in. We have
Oh,
Bhadak
nice guys. How
got
many?
97, Bhavya got 93 percentile, Sam Mohanty got 99.16. That's amazing. I guess all of you have done really well. 99.2 for Sprinkler. Bhavya got 93.4. Soulful Music 98.9. Yug 99.2. Dhruv 98.
But I thought Soulful Music really wants to be a musician. So why is he getting 99%?
99 percentile, Amrita.
Okay. Percentile, yes. Ritik says I passed out IIT. Wow, Ritik. Now time for Kaho Na Pyare. Ritik Roshan. Arey, CA Gopi. He qualified.
No, his name is CA Gopi Krishna Chagala Lamdi.
It was too long.
You called him only Gopi.
वो nickname ना सागर.
Oh, there we have Arjun. Arjun with a blue shirt. In Quant Box shirt. He has made all these different shirts, hoodies, everything of Quant Box because Quant Box is his sponsor and has been supporting him since some days now, some months. And hopefully Arjun today manages to beat Magnus. I think, Amrita, Arjun has beaten Magnus once only. Recently at the World Rapid Championship, he came quite close to beating Magnus.
Hmm.
But then they drew the game.
By the way, Harry Potter says only few 100 gets 99.9 percentile and half of them is here. It means that most
Half,
of them are chess players.
no,
That is
half. I
amazing.
didn't see anyone getting 99.9.
None of them are here. Okay.
Yeah,
So chess
exactly.
players do not get 99.9.
No, not really. I mean, I didn't see anyone. I saw the highest was 99.2 or 3 or something like that.
Hmm.
And if you consider, Amruta, that what 5 lakh people give the exam,
I have no idea. 5 lakh? That's too less, no?
I
I'm sure
think
more
5
people.
5 to 10 lakh maybe give the exam.
Acha.
So if 10 lakh people give the exam and then 1% of it is already 5,000 people, and zero point 0.1 is also like 500.
Mm-hmm. 500 bus. Bapre.
No, so I mean 0.1 is 500. So if you are like 99.6,
Hmm.
that means already 2,000 people are still ahead of you. Something like that.
Ah, okay.
10.87 lakh, 12 to 15 lakh they're saying. Okay.
Mm-hmm. सो ठीक है ना, वो इधर तो हो ही सकता है, 1700 में से 50 तो हो ही सकता है.
हो सकता है अमृता, बहुत कुछ हो सकता है. Amruta, shall we make a poll in our chat?
तू बोल.
अरे अरे, should we make a poll? You are saying two poll.
You used to love rhymings. Satish just says,
I
Amrita in
also
full
used
comedy
Amruta.
mode.
I also used to love silence a lot, but I never got that with you around in my life.
Me too. जब देखे कंप्यूटर के सामने चपड़ 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 चपड़. Guess for fun says, can we just not talk about JE?
Yes.
Okay,
Let's not talk
definitely.
about it and let's enjoy Magnus versus Arjun. We have a poll in our chat. Also, the link in the pinned message takes you to the stream of Magnus Carlsen, who's streaming on Twitch. We have 2,000 people at almost midnight in India. Guys, आज तो रुकना है. और आज full support today, full support to Arjun Erigaisi, who is there in
Yes.
right on the top. Arjun is in full scientist mode, Amruta. Look at his
Wow.
hair. Do you think, Amruta, Arjun's hair will become like my hair after
I was actually thinking
after a
about
few
that. Acha, that after a few years. No, that's
years?
too early to say. Oh, by the way, Akash sir says my rank is Chessbiz India subscriber count. That's awesome,
That's not
Akash
so
sir.
awesome.
We have two different points.
that
That's obviously awesome.
because only 12 lakh people gave the exam and 11 we already have 11 lakh subscribers.
Oh, okay, awesome. By the way, but yeah, I do. Arjun's hair right now looks a lot like you for sure.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think he's
Hey,
gonna do.
Magnus started OBS. What? Okay.
I think Magnus is new, right, for streaming.
No, he started virtual camera.
Mhm.
Arjun looks so tired. Yeah, I think that is one big disadvantage, guys, of these tournaments for Indian players, that it starts really late in the night. Especially this, I mean, 9:30 was fine. Now you're starting it at 11:30. It was going to start at 11:20. It's already 11:35, and we haven't started yet.
Baap re. Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah, they are not on time actually.
And
Magnus is in Canada. Yes, Magnus is in at the place of chess Braz.
Actually, Arjun also must be wondering, right, when the game is going
Yeah.
to start. Suri says, I am near to him in Warangal.
Nice.
Mr. Gary says it's 2 p.m. on the east coast of North America right now. It's
Acha.
2 p.m. Do you think Magnus would have had his lunch?
Yeah, I think so, Amruta. We actually worry a lot about food. Has someone eaten food,
I
not
have to
eaten
worry to
food?
not disappear.
Yeah.
क्या हुआ?
Chris Kane says AG not joining any commentary stream is surprising. Today could be good, a great day to invite him. Oh, no, I think on the finals is a great day to invite him. I think they've started the game, Amruta. Game started.
Oh my god, we don't want to miss it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Game started. There we have till knight f3 by Magnus Carlsen, knight f6 by Arjun Erigaisi. Magnus taking his time, drinking water, has not made his move. Meanwhile, Wesley so Hikaru Nakamura have blitzed out their moves and they are in the Italian territory. Okay, going back here. c4, c5. We have the symmetrical.
English?
Yes, good English.
Not ready.
Not right. This is
Because there is C4 move. Right?
Randy Ballin says always react knight f3 with knight f6. It's a very flexible way to play because you know Amruta, if you don't play knight f3, knight f6, and if you play let's say knight f3, d5, they can convert it into d4 openings. And if you play knight f3, c5, maybe there's also a chance of Sicilian happening. So it's always good to put knight f6 and then wait for what your opponent wants to do. And once he plays c4, you can play c5. Now Magnus plays b3. Okay, slightly unusual this move. Not a very common idea to play b3. I think Arjun can go g6, which is a good move. He can also play e6 with the idea of d5. He can put his knight on c6, which is also very fine. Magnus goes bishop b2, puts his bishop on the long diagonal, and Arjun strikes in the center with d5. He's going to take. And by the way, Amruta, if black gets f6, e5, he would be clearly better. I mean, he would have a great position.
Can we call this reverse Sicilian then? More like Meroxy-bind. Reverse
Yeah.
Meroxy-bind, Sagar?
If you can get e5, yes.
Okay. That's interesting. Let's see how Arjun plays.
Yeah, this has transposed into 1b3, like some kind of 1b3 with the bishop here, but I think Arjun's plan is straightforward. He wants to go f6, e5.
Magnus is thinking.
Yeah, Magnus taking his time, Amruta. He has now only 12 minutes while Arjun has 14 minutes. So Arjun clearly doing very well on time. Oh, he goes knight to c3. Amruta, can he now go
your
e5?
idea? Yeah, that's what is my question.
Oh, he plays it.
Yay, we are in reverse Sicilian Meroxy-bind. Awesome.
Yeah, nice move. e5. And by the way, Maroczy bind comes with these two pawns on c5 and e5. Look at Magnus's move.
B1.
Queen b1. He's threatening queen e4 with the idea of pressure on e5 and d5, Amruta.
Oh. So what, f6 as you suggested then?
Maybe f6, or Amruta, you can even go back with your knight to c7. It's also possible to take on c3. It's not a bad idea. Like you take, and then just put your pawn on f6 like a granite here, and you can't break it easily.
Nice. What do you think Arjun will play, Sagar? Lekin knight c7, f6, knight c3, or any other move?
Sorry? Yeah, knight c7, I think he might go there. Or even bishop e6, Amruta, just finish development.
Ramit says Arjun will take the knife to Magnus.
Hmm.
Oh, he does play a move.
1 second.
He actually plays bishop e7.
There we have Amruta. Now we can go here and see the games without the board. Let's do blindfold analysis with our chat. Shall we do that? It would be great fun, right? So, guys, knight f3, knight f6, c4,
Their exams are over.
c5, b3, knight c6, bishop b2, d5, cd, knight d5, knight c3, e5, and then he went queen b1. Now the idea, as you can see, is to put queen on e4. So that's why Arjun went bishop e7, e3, and bishop e6. I hope you are enjoying this commentary because this is actually where we want you to be. Okay, guys. Okay.
No, everyone is like, no.
Rehem karo, people are saying. Bishop e6. He's put the bishop there. He's finished his development. I was waiting till what point they will all, try to keep up. But they did not try even for a minute.
No, but when you said we'll do blindfold, you need to give them, okay, guys, are you ready? Are you focused? Then you don't say the move so fast because they are not IMs. You are an IM who is not a GM. They are the chat who is not an IM. So you need to understand this.
Yes, Amruta. Oh, bishop b5.
Tushar Kumar says I was able to keep up. क्या बात है?
Ashlesh says, can you check on Chessbase, like with Chessbase 17 and Mega Database, if this line has been played before? Amruta, shall we do that? Say yes or no.
Does it matter? You are going to do. Of course, Sagar.
There are so many things in life
Always happy to discover something new.
Do not matter for that matter. And knight d5, knight c3. We have 63 games. e5 and queen b1 is the first new move. It has not been played before. So it's a new idea in a position that has been preached 39 times with Wesley So, Kramnik and many other top players playing it. In fact, even Nihal Sarin has played it a couple of times already. So going back to the game, after queen b1, bishop e7, e3, bishop e6,
but
bishop
the queen
d5.
b1 move is definitely a move. Even if it is new, it's not. I don't think it's something which is going to shock Arjun, surprise Arjun, or even going to create any sense of fear that, oh my god, it's a new move.
No,
it's
I don't
not at all that kind of
No,
move.
it's not a very scary move.
No.
But also, Amruta, now after bishop c3, let's imagine that I kind of castle here.
Yeah, I can see it. Why I need to imagine?
Yeah, and then I was wondering if we could break in the center with d4 at the right point. Like, let's say bishop c6, bc6, and then maybe think about d4. But
if I take CD,
yeah, cd, ed.
Yeah, now take ED. Just like firstly, very
But
simplified.
Amrita, after knight
And bishop
d4,
d5.
this does seem slightly better for white, no? I
Bishop
mean, slightly
d6.
maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, but he took knight c3, and now Magnus took with the pawn. Wow, he's taken with the pawn. This was not an expected idea, expected move. I was thinking he'll take with the bishop, but he's took with the pawn.
Is this move more like going for like simple ways to play with white, Sagar? Because
Yeah, maybe Amruta, maybe.
oh, what maybe he would want to do Magnus is go c4, take this knight so that his light square bishop is out, and then he is able to put the pawns on the light squares. Could that be? I'm not sure, but maybe.
But Amruta, you know, this is one thing which is very dubious. Let's say you
Acha,
castle. Yeah,
he
he's
goes
played
queen
queen
c7.
c7. But even if you had castled
Hmm.
and white starts to get a bit like, oh, I'll play positionally, I'll put
Hmm.
my pawn
Hmm.
here. Maybe you go queen c7 and then this.
Hmm.
And now a very typical idea is rook fd8, as you already know.
Ah, okay. Yeah, at some point, rook d4 is a move to
Rook d4 is a
watch.
very possible and probable move because it converts your double pawns
Hmm.
into a one solid pawn chain. Also, you have a
Hmm.
passer here.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's a good idea. We should.
Okay, he goes castles here, Arjun. And now Magnus thinking for his move. Magnus down to 8 minutes. Arjun has 10 minutes. Oh, bishop d3 by Magnus. Now, this is an interesting move. Magnus is like, you know, Amrita poking in the position. He's like, what are you going to do, Arjun? Are you going to play g6? But then I can sack the bishop, pawn takes, and queen coming in. We don't want that.
So f5.
F5 was played.
Now e4 is a threat, so Magnus has to go e4 himself. But you know, Sagar, one important thing what Magnus did after d takes c3. He covered the d4 square.
Yeah,
And then he could right now easily play e4.
correct. And also, like before, e4 was played with by black. Magnus himself has gone e4. Oh, f4 by Arjun. He wants to Amruta start play on the king side with king with g5, g4.
Oh,
This
cool.
can become very powerful
Wow.
attack.
You think he'll consider g5, g4?
Yeah, why not? I mean, it looks
Oh,
very natural, right?
no, if that happens, it's going to be one of the most exciting games. Because it's not so easy, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a second, Amruta. I'll be
Yes,
back
yes,
in a
yes.
second. Yeah,
Yes.
don't forget me. Don't.
Sure, Sagar. King's Indian style. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But what about this bishop? Because this pawn, I believe, needs to constantly control the d4 square. You cannot play c4 and allow knight d4 in the future, for sure. This bishop has nothing to do here. So what's... Ah, that's why Magnus goes bishop e5 again. So his idea is, I think, to take here so that as we were kind of discussing in future, he could go c4. So I like Magnus's move very much, bishop b5, quite strong. And if Arjun wants to not allow bishop c6, is that even possible? That would be my question. Let's say he wants to go knight d8 with the idea of knight f7. That is possible, but then in the future c4 is going to happen because now you don't need to worry about knight d4 at all. So great move by Magnus. Let's see what Arjun is going to play. By the way, Arjun has one very interesting idea here. Arun says Magnus has said before that Arjun has a few problems selecting the right openings to put pressure on opponents. Do you think he has worked upon this to put more pressure on Magnus? Well, we are going to see that if he's going to put pressure, but definitely in this game he is not under pressure. Oh yes, guys, right. Rishikesh, Chess for Fun, Shaurya, you guys are absolutely right. Oh, Chess for Fun had in fact also asked C4 would be a very interesting idea. Just giving this pawn, forcing him to double, and then you have knight a5. So if you try to play pawn takes c4, then it's a very strong pressure on the pawn, and you can see this ugly bishop here. If Magnus will take, let's say, bishop c4, and then after this exchange, if this happens, still eventually black has got a wonderful position. So will Arjun play c4? That is the question. No, Arjun has not played c4. Arjun goes bishop f6 here. Why does he want to play? Maybe he could think of g5, g4 so that later this bishop could go back. I'm not sure exactly why he decided bishop f6. But Magnus immediately takes this knight away. It was one of the irritating knights. You don't want it to hear constantly stopping some ideas. And as we know, even c4, knight a5. So bishop c6, queen c6, and Magnus plays c4. Okay. So in fact, this was an important moment for Arjun. He had to go c4. He had to find c4 idea. It was an important moment, which was the best move. Okay, now Magnus has played c4. Now what's the new plan for Arjun? A big change in the position. The bishop and the knight has been exchanged. So the new imbalance after that which has been created, guys. What do you think? What would you say? There's a new imbalance. Yes, Arun. Very fast, very quick. Absolutely. It's the bishop pair, Shashank. ET, lot of Shashanks, yeah, in the chat actually. The bishop pair versus the bishop and knight. But we have this one bishop which is the defender. The center is closed, so definitely this bishop should have been out of the pawn chain on d4, and as you see, it is very difficult to do that. Right now, the last two moves after bishop c3, Arjun went rook a e8, solidifying the support over here. Queen b2 was played, and Arjun went back bishop f7. Maybe he would want to go bishop h5. That could be a possibility. But
wow,
what's
his
Arjun?
bishop is coming to h5 next, Amruta.
I'm not sure if it is the best way, but Sagar, if one question I would like to ask you very quickly to just test your intuition.
Yes.
Would you be ready for that?
Yes.
Very quickly, here Magnus played bishop b5. And what should Arjun have played? Or what should black play? He did not play this move.
Maybe knight d8.
Okay, nice. We did
with the
consider
idea of
that.
knight f7.
Yes, just a slight bit of problem that later you may allow c4.
Yeah. But
Well, yeah, but that's an idea.
how
But
about
okay.
c4?
Oh, amazing. C4 was a brilliant move here. If you take, then knight a5 is very strong. This idea is very strong.
Yeah.
But of course, bishop c4 is still, this stays in a game. But
But
it was such a
Amruta,
great position.
Amruta.
Anyway, let's go to the main game.
Yeah, bishop f7.
Magnus did not give that
He went
chance
rook
at all.
d3, rook e7. He doubled up, and now Arjun is thinking about what next to do. He can go bishop h5.
But let's say one thing, even if you go bishop h5, like you are not going to give that light square bishop for
even
the
if
knight.
you
Okay?
can double the pawns,
Yes.
because at the end of the day, it's
Yeah.
not about what goes outside the board. It's about what remains on the board, and
Wow.
our bishop on f6 would be much worse than the bishop on c3 that's attacking e5. So that's the
Nice.
reason
In
why.
a way, it's not about the past, it is about the present. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, and yes, exactly. Magnus Carlsen has a knight here, which means he can push a bit. Oh, he's attacked here, but I think he will go knight d2 now to defend it.
92.
But Amruta, knight d2, maybe
No, he goes
that's
queen
why he
d2.
goes there. Because I was thinking if you go knight d2, there
Hmm.
could be no, not f3, but could have been possible.
Just it looks a little passive for me.
It comes
That
in way
So
of the two
queenie,
rooks.
yeah, queen e2 definitely a good. Now rook d5 is a strong threat, right?
But he goes queen c6, and now as you said, yeah, rook d5, rook e8,
that was
Arjun
bound to
on the
happen.
defensive here with 1, 2, 3 pieces attacking his e5 pawn.
But that's it. Now Arjun can also plan something like e6,
Or just bishop
b5.
f7 killing the rook, like pushing it away.
And then you remind me of that thing, exchange sacrifice, which you showed. I don't know if that works here, but
So if you go bishop f7, you don't maybe you don't
the
even
rook.
touch it.
That's a possibility for sure.
And let's say I go
But
king
you don't
h1,
need to, because here your rook
bishop
is pretty
d5,
strong.
ed, and next move I can put my queen on e4. So that
But,
way,
but you don't need to do that.
yeah,
Like,
that's
you don't
not
need to
needed.
give
He can
the
always play rook
exchange.
d6. So white is better, but not by a huge margin. And Arjun still can defend this. He has 4 minutes 30 seconds. Magnus is 2 minutes 15 seconds ahead on time. Hikaru Nakamura versus Wesley So. It feels like Wesley So is on the offensive thanks to his knight on f5 and his bishop looking here. Amruta, if knight h4 and queen g4 join in, it might be curtains for Hikaru Nakamura here. Coming back
Wow.
to the game of Arjun Erigaisi after a6, he is looking for b5, but knight goes back to h2. Very strong move, threatening knight g4.
Hey, but I'm happy if you take a knight f6.
Yeah,
No. I mean, until rook d6 and rook f6 is a problem. But he stops with knight g4 with h5. Was it such a thing to fear?
Well, he said, I don't want the knight to come here. Let me do that. And now Magnus goes knight f3. Not easy for Arjun to find his moves here. Maybe it's better to go bishop f7 and then think about g5. But you always have to worry about rook d6.
And Sagar, is b5, how is b5 according to you?
b5 for sure is something what Arjun has to try. I mean, what else, right? In this position, you must go b5.
But then c5, is it not going to become weak? It doesn't look so.
Yeah, it's possible. And Amruta, I think c5 is a weak square, and so Arjun is taking his time. One thing that Arjun is not very good at is waiting. Not doing something. He always likes to create threats. He always likes to sacrifice. He always likes to do something active. So here, waiting is not something that he enjoys doing, and I believe he's going to do something active.
Aditya, yeah, they are asking what if rook e6. So that basically rook d6 is. Yeah, this should be possible. Like Magnus will have to find moves to improve his position.
Yeah.
Now, what are those? Actually, what are those moves where Magnus can improve the position after rook e6, Sagar?
I don't know.
Because rook is well placed on d5, queen is beautiful.
a4, a5, go queen a2, queen.
Oh, queen a2, queen a4. It does remind me, it was there in some game, no, in Warwick's book.
He goes h4, Amruta. He says to Arjun that you can't really freely start pushing the pawn. But what was really nice to see is that the move rook e6 mentioned by our chat actually happened in the game.
Arey, kya baat hai, guys. Awesome.
Big congratulations to everyone who said that b5 played by Arjun. He's playing on all sides of the board.
Oh, we're never looking at them.
Oh, he gives up the bishop.
Oh, big new imbalance created.
But now e5 is a little more soft because the bishop was defending this. At the same time, black's bishop is doing well on hitting on e4, but you can always go f3. So once again, Amruta, we come to it's all about what remains on the board and not what goes outside it. Because if you
Yeah,
look now, this bishop is clearly superior to the g6 bishop.
yeah. Opposite colored bishop
Look at
has
the
happened.
time, Amruta. 2 minutes for Arjun Erigaisi, 16 minutes for 6 minutes for Magnus Carlsen.
Baapre.
Bishop f7. If you know Arjun starts off with a loss, it will be very difficult to make a comeback against Magnus.
Totally. Siddharth Ranadive asks, does Magnus at this position know the evaluation that is winning?
I mean, he's very for sure he knows that he's better. Maybe not winning, but he's very comfortable. And what he would be looking at is how should he convert such an advantage into a win.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Magnus also realizes that he doesn't need to come up with a plan right now. He can just keep making strong moves.
Yeah, because if Magnus went in opposite colored bishop, I mean, was ready to, which is a big risk usually for drawing, he should know that he's clearly better, right?
Yeah, of course. He's aware of it. He goes queen f3 step by step. White is inching into black's camp. Queen h3 could be an idea. And very quickly checking what Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura are up to. Wesley has managed to get his knight to f5, his rook to b5. Black knight on b4 also sits pretty well there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be tough for Nakamura for sure.
Yeah, threatening mate in one.
Rook g6, he'll go. Okay.
Okay, coming back to the game after queen f3, Arjun down to 1 minute 19 seconds.
Oh, time-wise, it's going to be really hard for Arjun anyway.
Yeah.
I did think that opposite colored bishop is going to give him a great opportunity that Magnus, if in party mode, misses something. Hey, by the way, after BC4, we must not forget that this is an isolated. This is an isolated. Oh, G6 is a bad move strategically. That's what the bar says. Because you're clearly now making this rank as an absolute open rank.
Yeah.
And
Meanwhile,
hence this will be a very powerful idea now.
true, Amruta. The rooks are very powerfully placed for white on the open file. The black rooks are doing absolutely nothing.
But what should he have played? Like if G6 is so bad, what was the idea?
Maybe rook g6 with the idea of capturing on g5 was a possibility.
Giving the e5 pawn, you mean, after rook G6.
Yeah, but once he goes g6, this position is as good as completely lost because there's just not play for white. You can go queen a4 with the idea of a2 and c4.
Yeah.
Look at Arjun's clock, Amruta. He has 58 seconds. Magnus has 4 minutes 29 seconds.
Until Magnus is thinking, just to understand, because rook G6 was still being in the game, yeah? And if you take here, because this was also attacked, take, and this position which you would have landed after bishop f4 or maybe queen f4, Arjun would still lose a pawn, but somewhere with the rook on this g file, it would give him some compensation.
Yes.
Because of the weaknesses.
But for now, that did not happen, Amruta. And right now, Magnus Carlsen is taking his time. He's down to 3 minutes 49 seconds. He's trying to figure out what are the ways in which he can create inroads into the position of Arjun. And will Arjun manage to hold this to a draw? Because Amruta, he's known for his defensive capabilities.
This one is hard. I think it's very hard because it is opposite colored bishop lost means it's almost going to be like Magnus being a piece up.
Yeah, for sure.
Materially as much advantage. So no, I doubt.
Magnus taking a lot of time, Amruta. As you can see on the screen, he is thinking very carefully. He doesn't want to botch this up because he knows that players like Arjun are extremely creative and tricky.
What would he be considering seriously, according to you? Oh, bishop a1.
Bishop a1.
That's a very unusual idea. I didn't consider it at all. Rook d7 he rejected for what reason? But
Oh, rook f7. The rook comes in. Queen a4, offering a trade of queens. Great idea here.
oh, that was his idea, Sagar.
Yeah, a better idea was queen b7 or queen c8. Both perfectly reasonable moves, but after this a forcible trade of queens, and now once again, Amrita, the attacking possibilities are gone. So, which means that just through um positional play now, Arjun has to hold this. It's not going to be easy.
No, 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 no. No,
But
not
also, Amrita,
easy. No,
b3
it's
is
almost
weak.
over. He's having 20 seconds.
It's not over till it's over.
Rook e6. You don't want to exchange, right? You will go rook d7. Magnus will go rook d7.
Yeah, or
Oh,
yeah, he
he
takes.
exchanges.
I think you have to take with the rook.
Oh, he takes with the bishop. But then rook d6. You can't go rook a8. You're losing a bishop c8.
They traded one pair of rooks. Takes two.
Yes. King f7. He
Now,
gives up
can
the
we take
a6
a6?
pawn. Yeah, why not?
But Amrita, then I go like rook d8. Let's say you take.
Hmm.
I go rook d8, getting the open file for my rook. Or if you play, there's also rook b8. He goes bishop e5. He hits the pawn, and now bishop goes to g4, attacking e5 and e4. But Amrita, now after bishop f4, it's totally winning. Rook f6. Many ways to finish off the game.
Hmm. Yeah. Hey, rook f7, is it not getting over? King g8, rook g7, king f8, rook g6. Ah, king h8, rook e7. No, no, king h8, rook e7.
We goes check, king f8.
Rook g6.
Yeah, this is over, Amrita. Magnus Carlsen has managed to just completely outwit Arjun Erigaisi. It's going to be resignation incoming, and which means Magnus starts off with a 1-0 victory over the Indian youngster.
Yeah.
And for Arjun to come back is not easy. He's always,
Oh, but Arjun was black, no?
yes, he's always faced this problem whenever the start has not been great.
Mm-hmm.
He has struggled. Okay.
Ah.
He's trying to create play with very little uh, material. Oh, and look at what he did. He gave up his bishop and played h6, and he is very confident that after moving the rook h7, h8 is just game over.
Yeah. Now it's going to be a resign thing.
You know, Amrita, everyone in our chat,
Yeah, he did resign.
ooh, resigns, which means that 1-0 to Magnus Carlsen.
And how much time is Arjun going to get to, let's say, get back,
Yeah, 5 minutes maybe.
recover?
Not much.
Not much, yeah?
5 minutes is what he might get.
Mm-hmm. He actually had a, so if we have to summarize this game, he actually had a
Amrita,
very
maybe we
decent
can check
opening.
this and then we can
Okay.
summarize.
Do you want to take some rest, Sagar?
Yeah, I'll check. Yeah, till the next game starts,
Yes.
I will, and then I'll come back. But for now, it seems like this game might end in a draw.
Oh, there's, you mean Nakamura has I'll be. Oh, Nakamura is managing to save, yeah, again. This is crazy. Great. Wesley is a pawn up here, but it's a major piece endgame, and it's going to be impossible to convert this into anything. The king is weak. There's always going to be a perpetual, so you're not going to get any time to convert. Oh, rook b8. What a nice way to draw the game. To find a perpetual. Look at Wesley. Not happy at all. Did you see Nakamura's last expression? What was that? Huh? Okay, so both the games are over, and I think after the break we are gonna be having Arjun as white versus Magnus, and this game I think Wesley will be black against Nakamura. Let's have a like guys, it's been such a long time. How is it going with you all? How is the month of February treating you? I hope all of you who are the planners and who are also non-planners remember that it's going to be only 28 days. So by chance भी 29 को वो करूँगा 30th को ये करूँगा. All of that planning is not going to work. Yes, games are over.
What happened? Draw?
Draw. Yes, that's what I asked. February is an underrated month. Arey, Prat is saying Valentine's planning. Bapre. Okay, you have only 1 week. PhD ka काम. Devang, in what are you doing PhD? Not YouTuber is 29 को एक पार्टी. अच्छा, मुझे लगा May 29th. JEE April attempt. मतलब, how many times is JEE actually? Is it like every month you have the exam? Sorry, I have literally no idea about it. Chess for Fun says, I have my Valentine's Day planned playing a OTB tournament for college team. Array, that is awesome. क्या बात है? Superb. Can you speak Telugu? No, but I and Sagar had loved the movie Bomarillu. It was back in those days, 2008. So we loved Genelia there, and we kind of knew some dialogue. So we used to speak until a point, but that's it. Now completely forgotten. Twice a year. Acha, JEE is twice a year. Devang says astrophysics. अरे क्या बात है? राज कूत्रपली. The undefended knight says, I thought Sagar will give you rose on stream. Why will he give me rose again? No, I can't speak Assamese or any other language. I can only speak some words of Tamil. Arey, Aditya Bhoples is traveling to India this week, but from where? Awesome. See, mere ko Chepandi. I don't know if that is, I hope it is correct. From US. By the way, guys, I should also be alert for the games to begin. So definitely keep me updated about that. And the score may be time to update. 1 second. Wesley Nakamura draw, right? 0.5. Okay. Yeah, that is there. Chess for Fun is valid. 2 days ago, I played my first OTB tournament, defeated two 1500s and one 1400, scored 4.5 out of 6. Oh, came third. Too good. Akshaz Vishwanathan says, the only thing keeping me awake right now are these exciting chess matches. Superb. You would be really loving chess. Manasvi says watching Arjun's game from my class. Oh, kaun class? Which class? And what is your sir doing? Does he not know that? What is your plan if you get any punishment? Ajay says MBBS. Oh, superb. Arey, Hamster says welcome. He's from Sri Lanka. Welcome to the channel. So what is your opinion? Is Arjun, guys, do you think he will be able to strike back in this game? Vanakkam. Vanakkam is something I know. So I learned while traveling because I used to travel in train and everyone used to say sapade. So I learned that word because you always needed food. So the sapade, tanni, pal, all these words. Currently, guys, who is your favorite player? Currently, like if we have to ask like today, favorite chess player in the world, yeah? Arjun, Magnus, Anish Giri, Anish, Magnus, myself, Vishy, Akash. How many games have you seen of mine? Daniel says, dedicated towards chess and sacrificing your sleep time just to entertain us. Thank you, Amrita says. I'm so completely awake right now. So, Anish, Prague, Vishy is love for me still, says Arka. Arey, Nihal. Vishy, Nihal. Anish, Vishy, अरे क्या बात है? Notherbag. Oh, Dhruv says Notherbag. Vishu says Gukesh. Amit says Samay. Abdul Sattarov. Momenta says GM Sagar Shah, who doesn't exist, yeah? Okay, let's look at the match. I hope I just don't want to miss it. Has it started, guys? Oops. 1 second. Oh my god. Sagar.
Okay, so Amruta,
Yes.
where is Arjun
They
and
go.
where is Magnus? They are here. Let's have them on the screen. And also, let's quickly see if we can get a chessboard. Here, let's see if we can get. Okay. So Amruta, after losing the first game, Arjun opens with d4 next, d5, next up was c4, dc, and guys, what is the name of this opening? Knight f3, a6, e3, b5, queen's gambit accepted. Wow, b5 on the board. And Amrita, the thing is that generally a6 is not very common, I think.
Isn't this Slav? No,
No,
you'd
it's
ask.
Queen's Gambit accepted,
Oh,
QGA.
sorry. Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, and then a4,
C6.
Bishop b7 makes sense, right? Because c6,
Ah, okay, it's
I
bad.
mean,
Yeah, why
possible.
would you want that pawn there? That's
Bishop
true.
b7. And now, guys, a very typical move in this position for white. What should white play here?
This, I think, your chat will find. Your chat, who is an intellectual being, is strategically very strong. JE wise,
Yadumure,
very strong.
Varat Kausadikar, Yusuf Khan, Maharishi Ray, Akash Sahu, Kirtika Chess, B3 Amruta. This is a very typical idea. You sort of hack away at this structure. If you take here, I'll take on c4. If you take on b3, I'll take on b5, followed by taking on b3.
Wow, he played that.
So he
B3.
played
He's
it.
not gonna miss it.
E6 was played. Now after take, this is a
Oh,
very...
he won a pawn.
No, he
Yeah,
had
he won.
given up a pawn,
Okay,
so
got
he
it.
gave it back. I mean, he won it back. But now this is a very pleasant position for white, because I mean, where do you put your bishop? You can put it on b2. You can put your knight on d2. You can put your queen on e2, rook c1. And the main point is that the c7 pawn is weak. So
Oh,
for now, Arjun's opening has gone. The opening has gone Arjun's way, but we'll see if Magnus manages to fight back. He's generally very good at equalizing. If he can get a successful c5 and get rid of this pawn, he should be able to equalize. Rook b1 played, hitting the bishop.
yeah, because for Magnus to choose such an opening, Sagar, which landed him up in a pretty bad position for that matter. Maybe it is more of practical preparation where he knows like Rook B1 is a natural move. Maybe another 2-3 natural moves and he just gets C5, as you mentioned. That that is possible. Wow. But is this like played commonly? I think we should later check this out.
Yeah, we can check it out, Amrita. But by the way, guys, I want to urge all of you to also check our pinned message here, pinned comment, to sign up on chessranga.com. By the way, who do you think will win? 56% of our chat thinks Magnus, 44% think Arjun.
That's not a lot of difference there. They're all pretty confused.
Oh, Amruta, Queen e2 played, and this is a chance for Arjun to win a pawn, because after Bishop a6, Queen a6, you have won a very healthy pawn. Your rook is defended by the knight, and the a pawn is a passer. And Arjun, as we all know, is a pawn grabber.
Pawn grab.
Yeah, he loves to grab those pawns.
Is there e5 with queen e2? Queen is already on e2, right?
But Amruta, this... Oh, he takes it. He takes it. And you
As
can
you
look
said,
at
pawn grabber.
Magnus Carlsen. Is not very pleased with his position there. He has lost a pawn out of the opening. Meanwhile,
In fact,
Hikaru also...
Nakamura is also not happy with Magnus's position.
Yeah, Hikaru Nakamura also shaking his head there.
Do you have a bigger screen as well? Like any scene for a bigger screen
Oh,
of their faces, and in between that center board you had? No, once.
this one you mean?
Yeah, sometimes it's good to see this. Look at Magnus.
Hikaru. Hikaru not to please. And
Oh,
Amruta,
by the way, okay, tell me.
it can also be Hikaru versus Magnus tomorrow.
Cha.
But you know, it's not so easy to beat Wesley for sure. So
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy. By the way,
By
a
the way,
few
right,
moves have been played,
please
Amruta.
show, please show.
Bishop takes a6 taken, queen takes a6, rook b1, knight b1.
As you had shown already, we have reached that position.
Yeah.
Tell me.
And by the way, Makes Sense says, do you think Tanya has reached the top of her commentary career? I would say it's a big honor for Indian chess
Yeah.
and Indians that Tanya is one of the commentators at the Champions Chess Tour, and she is commentating. She's a very good friend, and we are very, very thrilled that she's there in Norway and commentating. Arjun now goes back queen c4 and attacks the c7 pawn.
It's like not just you have the A pawn which is a passer, but C7 is also weak.
But Amruta, now knight b6 hits here and here. But after you take here, you can't win this pawn yet because e7 is hanging.
Oh, but if he saves E7 by bishop D8.
Or maybe he goes knight f d5, hitting the queen and the bishop. And you go queen c2 and then you take here. This endgame, I would say, is actually very pleasant for Arjun. Because generally rook endgames also with 4 versus 5 are supposed to be better for the are winning for the side with 5 pawns.
But would you say rook versus 5, rook and 5 pawns versus rook and 4 pawns would be winning with Magnus Carlsen?
Not easy, but I mean, I think that's what has been written in the books. Maybe it needs some practical try. But Amrita, here now c5 by Magnus is such a good move because he's saying, I don't want to lose my c7 pawn. I'm ready to trade. And if you take, I'll take with my knight. I will hit on a4 twice. Now you need to defend it. So you will go knight c3. And at this point, Arjun is a pawn up with a very dangerous passer.
Yeah.
But then after knight d7, with the idea of getting another knight to b6, suddenly you start to feel that there are not enough pieces for white to defend on the queen side, his extra pawn. But Arjun plays queen a2, and a very, very interesting move, queen a2, Amruta, because he is saying to Magnus that I believe in my pawn and I'm ready to push it down the board. I don't care if my pieces are not getting developed here.
Oh, no, I would really be happy. Like until that A pawn survives, you feel good because it's a big pass pawn there. But once it's going to go, then I think already it's like a sad moment there.
Correct.
By the way, Rachit says he has a speculation. He says, I think it is possible that Magnus is working with Nihal because he seems to be playing these openings and new ideas, which Nihal plays.
Oh, very possible.
Interesting.
Very possible because yes, that is.
But we can only keep it as a speculation because we do not know.
Right. Okay, queen a2. Amrita, I really like this last move by Arjun, queen a2. I was not at all thinking about it, but it's also such a cool move because now with a pawn going to a5, bishop could come to d2 to protect it. It's all about how well Arjun can press in such positions. And Magnus, if he was white, he would have pressed really hard. Rook c8 played, and Arjun again finding a decent move plays his bishop to d2, and he just says, okay, the knight on b1 is not developed yet. It could go to c3, it could go to a3. We'll wait and watch. And also preparing a5. Why is bishop a3 not a good move? Krish says. Krish, the reason could be that a4 pawn would hang.
Yeah, Tushit says Magnus is low on time. I mean, in comparison to Arjun.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes.
But that's at least a good thing as well. Because in the last game, Arjun was way low on time. Bishop. At least as white, would you say that this is a good position
No,
which
for sure.
Arjun is having?
For sure. I mean, if you can put some pressure on Magnus,
Mm-hmm.
it's already a good thing. And with this extra pawn, I'm sure Magnus has to play carefully. It's not like he'll make a few moves and just draw the game. For example, let's say if you I take back with my knight. Well, by the way, Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley have drawn their game already, and their score now stands at 1-1. A very quick draw for Hikaru with the black pieces is a very good result for him. I think their match is very likely to go to the Armageddon. What do you think, Amrita?
Oh, yes.
They are so well matched.
Depends on the fourth game here, usually.
Ah.
By the way, Suraj Satpute says this line has been played before and white won the game. Okay.
Okay, let's quickly check on our board. Oh, by the way, Magnus goes knight e4 and Amrita. Here is where Arjun's tactical prowess will come to light. Because... Oh, what happened? Because Amruta, the thing is, in such positions, it's very easy to trust Magnus that he's brought his knight here, he's attacking here, and you drop your bishop back or something like this. But look at this tactical move. Can our chat find it?
Oh,
guys,
yes. Awesome.
try to find this move for
What?
Arjun.
Then is this a blunder, you can say?
I think so. I think so. It's a mistake. Oh, he doesn't
Oh my
see it.
goodness, but it was not so difficult.
It was not so easy as well.
No, it was, right? It was easy. Magnus just moved his knight, which means that he no more supports the d7 knight.
Yeah, so like let's say knight e6, okay? And now the point is, if you take knight d2,
Okay.
I take back
knight
with
d2.
the knight.
Yes.
You take here,
And
I
the
go
point-
in.
Yeah, and you're defending the a4 after taking d7. Anyway.
Yes, and I mean it's just lost.
Correct.
So
You can't take
knight
on d2.
e6 was actually a big opportunity for Arjun. Because after take, he would have attacked 1, 2, and 3 pieces.
Okay, suppose directly fe6 here, Sagar,
Yeah, just take on e6, Amruta.
same.
This,
Then
all
what?
under pressure.
You mean for Magnus to still survive, he would have to play knight b6 or something else? Like what else he can play?
I don't know. It's not such an easy position. Maybe he has to play bishop d6, which is not at all an easy move to even make. So Arjun playing rook c1. Well, it's not a bad move, but I think now Magnus can equalize with this very interesting idea. I don't know if he will be able to find rook c1, Amruta. Take here, and now this very interesting move, either bishop b4 or bishop h4. So if bishop h4 hitting here, you might think, oh, I'll go g3. But guys, now the light squares have been weakened around the king. So after bishop f6, knight g5, knight h3 with the queen looking here, it will become very dangerous. Yeah, and I think Magnus not going to leave this. Either he'll go here or he'll go bishop b4. No, he goes knight c5, which allows actually Arjun to push the pawn to a5. Can Arjun do that? Maybe he can. Maybe he's thinking of f3. Amruta, I think now knight e6 is not so simple because now the knight defends on e6, so it's no longer possible.
Yeah.
You know the thing about
chance.
knight e6, missing a move like knight e6 is that your piece is undeveloped and you feel like Magnus is not going to miss something like that.
Yeah.
And so you kind of trust him. And this is very easy to sit at home and look at the bar and for me to say that, hey, look, knight e6 was such a simple move. But when you're playing against a player like Magnus, it's easy to start trusting him.
Absolutely. In fact, Ananya Bothra writes an interesting variation. Knight e6, fe6, queen e6, king f8, queen d7, and rook d8. Then she's asking, D2 is
But there's a
hanging.
check here. Unfortunately, I think there is a check that comes in and then you are just winning.
Yeah,
Good
that's a good
variation.
question.
Very good
Yes.
question. And I really like that people are thinking so deeply. And I think, Amruta, what Arjun is thinking right now, yes, F3. That was my point as well. That you may want to push A5, but then you are also thinking when to push F3, because that's a move that you always have. So F3 and now knight D6 may be played.
And for knight D6, you want to go E5. Is it?
Yeah, possible. I think so. Yes.
Oh, by
A5.
the way, 3 minutes difference. Arjun has 3 minutes more. Do you think it is any time going to matter, the time difference?
I think if we could reach a position where Arjun has 5 minutes and Magnus has two, then it might matter. But with Magnus having 5 minutes here on the clock, it's a lot of time in such a simplified position.
Okay.
Guys, do like the stream here. If Arjun manages to beat Magnus, he would equalize the score. It would be 1-1. If he draws, it will be 1.5-half. And there will be 4 games that will be played today. The winner of this will go to the finals in the winners bracket. And the one who loses today this match will play Gukesh tomorrow. This is also going to be very
that's
interesting.
what you said.
Yes. By the way, Magnus down to 4 minutes. I don't know what Magnus is thinking, Amruta. Is he thinking of some tactics that are possible?
Knight D3, you mean right now, maybe? Attacking the C1 bishop?
Oh, very interesting, Amruta. You're very
No,
sharp.
but it's a blunder, so I'm definitely not sharp. But
No, but the point is after Fe4, Knight C1, you have to find Queen C2, which is actually not so difficult. The knight is
knight is
trapped.
trapped.
It cannot come out. Right, so Magnus not go. Oh, by the way, Magnus goes knight F6 and Amruta. This is small inaccuracy because the knight on D6 was better placed, could come to squares like.
Maybe that is what he was assessing, F6 or D6, because F6 has a clear-cut path, like
Knight
you just
D5.
feel like that.
Yeah.
But knight on D6 didn't have B5 square, C4, E4, so it was a tough decision actually.
I agree. He goes knight to C3, defending this Queen A6, and you can see Magnus just coming forward in his chair and just saying, okay, this is a tough fight. It's not going to be easy. Do you think Arjun just offers a queen trade, Amruta? Because the knight is coming in, the queen is coming in. You don't want that to happen. So just queen E2.
But then what if queen A5?
Yes, that's an important move. Because
No,
if
but
you
then-
take, then after knight D2, I think this is a clean extra pawn.
Yes, completely winning. I mean, not completely, but outside a pass pawn. But queen A5, bishop D2 might be scary, right, for you?
You mean here
No,
queen
queen
E2,
A5
queen
with the idea
A5?
of knight A4. I think for bishop D2,
Yeah.
you will take on A4.
Yeah, exactly. He played queen E2 and now Magnus will play queen A5, the move that Amruta suggested. Because if he doesn't do that and if he plays queen takes E2, Arjun will have a huge advantage.
Hey, but Sagar, if Magnus goes queen A5, there is also a good move with Arjun. Queen C4.
Queen C4, right. Defending this, defending C3, activating the queen, preparing bishop D2.
Oh, and it's not a tough move. Queen C4.
But I was thinking queen A5, queen C4. If I go knight D5,
Wait, knight B5. Or
maybe. But
knight
think
E4.
about queen E1 check, yeah.
Ooh, no.
But look at this move, takes. And you might think, oh, it's a checkmate, but the queen can come back. And that's the key point. Oh, he goes queen A5. Of course, Magnus was going to play it. And now Arjun will most likely go queen C4. Amruta, look at this variation. This is getting very tactical. Knight D5, knight takes D5, E takes D5. Now you don't want to be taking the pawn. It's a mate here. And so a very, very important move to
Knight
find.
C6.
Yes. Amazing. Attacking
Queen
this
E1 check?
and this. Check.
Knight E7
Queen.
check first.
No, first
sorry.
queen back. And now this is hanging. Arjun has to look at lot of tactical possibilities here, but he has the time. He has 6 minutes. He must work it out.
Wow. how much practical advantage Arjun has. It's only because of these tactics which he needs to stay alert, right? But otherwise,
It seems like
it's
his advantage can become something very big if Magnus is not careful. Like let's say for example, Amruta, if I go queen c4 and Magnus is careless and plays a move like h6, already knight c6 is game over. So even though black has this position which is very close to equal, he has to keep finding the best moves,
yeah,
which you expect Magnus to do,
absolutely.
but sometimes he misses, and then Arjun can get his chance.
By the way, we have a good news and we have one bad news. Shivam says getting married in 2 days, but watching this match.
The good news is that Shivam is doing what he enjoys. Bad news is for Shivam's wife, who is pretty lonely right now. I mean, to be wife. Queen a5.
Queen a5. Kafi, Arjun has thought for a
Oh,
long
okay, now
time
he's almost come to. There's only a difference of 2 minutes. I don't know what Arjun is considering. Is he thinking about bishop d2, Amruta, as you mentioned? Oh, but there was knight a4, right?
No, it's
But
just
Amruta, knight a4.
No, he's thinking
not-
of queen c4, but I think he's just thinking knight d5, maybe what your idea was. Because that's a direct pin, right? Even square. So
he's
he should not-
calculating
yeah,
this
he's
entire
calculating.
line.
So maybe after queen c4 he'll play fast. But Magnus is also using this critical time.
Of course. Yes, queen c4 on the board. And now Magnus must find knight d5. Otherwise, Arjun is clearly better.
Wow, that's the only
Yeah,
way.
but I think
Can we
Magnus
then
will
analyze
find.
it a little more?
Yeah, we can analyze knight d5.
One second,
Knight.
knight d5 is the. Is there any other move which feels more natural? No, because queen e1 is a strong threat. So
No, but
knight
you
b5.
can go knight d e2, Amruta. Defending here. It's slightly passive. But it looks interesting, and I think it's one of the moves, very human move.
Yeah.
Because next move you want to kick it away, and Magnus does go knight d5. Now the question is, will Arjun go for the sharp knight takes d5 or just save it with knight d2? What do you think?
Oh, man, this is so crazy. I think, as you said, natural is knight d2. Like,
Yeah.
come on, like 95 looks so scary. So it's all about how much you feel confident at this point to calculate all of it. And because Arjun had a maybe bad first game or a bad result in the first game, maybe he wouldn't do that. And as you say, he might trust Magnus more.
Yes,
But
and look at
Magnus played
Arjun.
95.
Look at Arjun. He's looking at the side. You know, this is typical, as we say in the classical game. Arjun looks at the ceiling or in the distance. Even now, he's just thinking without looking at the board. This is the way in which Arjun likes to calculate.
Yeah, Zach says this is exciting and absolutely this position. By the way, no, he's not yet played.
Kaustav Bharat in the chat
Yeah,
says
he played.
Arjun's
He
body
played
language
bishop d2.
says he's going to play knight d5, but he goes bishop d2, which was also possible. Amruta, the main point which I thought was that after take here, bishop takes, there was queen a4, which is the reason why I did
Yeah,
not like this.
of course.
But Arjun saw
What?
that taking here, you do not need to take back. You can play knight c6, forking here and here. Wow, what a move.
Oh, wow. Really? Queen a4 has no time for queen a4.
Yeah, no time,
Oh.
no time there.
Hey, but
Maybe you have to move your queen back, which is never easy.
queen a8, if that's the only move? No, Magnus.
No, Magnus can't find, right?
No, but right now there is a thread. Knight d5, e d5, queen d5.
Yes. So queen a8 actually even takes care of that, because then you attack this and then you win this pawn with your knight and queen. So actually queen a8 is possible to deduce logically. Like right now we knew that queen a8 is the best move. We can then explain it logically, but can Magnus, who doesn't know what the best move is, find it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think Magnus will find it. One more reason, Sagar. Knight d5, e d5, queen d5.
Yeah.
What if queen a4?
What?
What if queen a4?
Right now?
Oh, no, knight d5, e d5, queen d5, queen a4.
But where do you move the queen? It's actually black to play.
No.
And now Magnus is down to a minute.
So queen
He
a4.
has less than a minute on the clock, and this is where Amruta the mistakes happen. When Magnus has enough time, he can find all sorts of moves because he's so good. But when he has less time, even the best in the business falter. So can Magnus find Queen A8? That's the only move here for him to hold the balance. If you go Queen A7, it allows Knight C6 fork. It's also a big problem, and Magnus down to 25 seconds.
Oh my god, but he's gonna find it.
Amruta
find it.
and Arjun has put
What
the
do you
world
think, guys?
Look at Magnus, he's not happy. He's like, I'm not getting the move.
15 seconds. Oh my god. The
Okay,
problem is in 10 seconds when you make a move, if he
Finds
makes
it.
a move. You're gonna
finds
make a
it,
decision.
man. The world champion needed all his time almost to find this move, but maybe this was the final critical move that he needed to see. Because now, Amruta, the threat is to take on C3 and take on A4. And you can't push A5 because he'll just take it.
So now knight D2 because I want to save my A4.
Very smart. Knight D E2.
Or knight B5. Wait, that's more powerful.
Knight B5, but Amruta, you have Knight B6 hitting here and then 3.
Even for knight E2,
Yeah,
so
that's
it's all simplifying. Oh my
exactly.
god.
Queen
shit.
A8 was such a cool move. And now there are big threats. One is to take on C3 and then on A4. The other is to play Knight B6 and then win this pawn. So somehow Arjun's great play has been neutralized by Magnus with some phenomenal calculation.
Yeah, and now it's like that Blitz game saga where Magnus came 2.5 minutes late and in 30 seconds he could play. So
Yeah.
it's like that. 2.5 minutes for Arjun, but these 10 seconds are definitely enough for Magnus to hold it.
I'm so amazed, Amruta, at Magnus's ability to find those critical moves and then still managing to keep his cool. Look at him, like he was down to, he has 11 seconds here, which means he was down to 8 seconds. It's a 3-second increment.
Yeah.
And how do you know that this was the moment where you need to use all of your time? Because imagine if Arjun posed him with few more problems, then Magnus had no time. But somehow Arjun is unable to pose Magnus with some big problem which he has to calculate. It's impossible.
Yes.
Or does Arjun have some tricky move? I don't know. Can you see it, Amruta? Can you see anything that Arjun can do here? Just something tricky. Just two more calculation. Make him calculate for 2 more moves. I don't know. Because you can't move your knight. This is hanging. Otherwise, he's going to take here and take this. It just doesn't seem like it's working for Arjun, and you can see Arjun using all his time now.
Yeah, and Magnus now has actually got some time to relax himself.
Yeah.
From that time pressure.
Because now he's calculated almost everything in the next 2 minutes that Arjun has been thinking.
By the way, people are suggesting A5. Even.
But Queen A5.
But then just Queen A5 because
Knight D5, maybe they want that.
But then Knight D5.
If you take on D2, then Knight E7, check.
So should I just show them?
Let's go quickly. Takes Knight D5. And 97 wins.
Check.
So you must find your ED, Amruta. ED, attacking his queen, and then you are safe.
Okay, that's a counter.
Oh, he plays A5. That has happened. A5, Queen A5 on the board. Now, Knight D5 also very likely to happen.
Or Knight C6. No, I think he'll go Knight C6.
But Knight C6, Queen A1, check.
King F2. At least you will get a bishop, right?
He goes Knight D5.
He goes Knight D5.
And now ED5. Kind of important there.
Acha?
Yeah. He takes it. Again, Magnus now. And he plays Queen C1. Oof. Arjun thinks that he can still continue playing for a small edge. I think it's a bit too much to think now. Magnus, Queen A4. You know, Amruta, Arjun does have that minuscule edge here because of this isolated pawn. But against Magnus, it's not much.
That's not much. Definitely not much. The only good thing right now, he has that bishop on the longest possible diagonal.
Yes.
He has a knight best placed if you have to choose one square here. So at least a little bit you can go on.
Something to fight on, but
5 seconds each.
5 seconds each.
With the knights on the board. You can anytime move the fork.
Yeah. And Arjun as good as anybody when it comes to bullet chess. But I think this is going to end in a draw. G6, knight d4. They're going to exchange it. And if Arjun takes with the queen, he's just going. No, he takes with the bishop. He wants to fight on a bit. Yeah, there's nothing much to do.
I mean, I'm hoping that they are not going to play long 200 moves in queen endgame.
Yeah, now this they can actually shake hands. Well, not shake hands, but we just offer draw. And yeah, I think Arjun will repeat. No, Arjun is like.
If any chess player has to take any revenge against you, Sagar,
Yeah.
they have to keep making a lot of moves. I mean,
With me.
No. If they are playing in live and if you're doing commentary.
Yeah, true.
So at night, that's the best revenge.
Exactly. But I think if Arjun keeps playing here, I'm happy for that revenge to happen.
Arey wah.
Yeah, and you can see that Arjun not very happy with himself because he knew he had his chance. And with Magnus, it's always difficult. You can see that Arjun.
Oh my god, this is like the max emotion for sadness, which is
Shown.
Oh
Yeah,
my
because I
God.
think Arjun really felt he was better. Although the engines didn't think he had such a huge advantage, but Arjun felt like he missed a real chance there.
Yeah,
But
practically it was definitely with that one outside pawn, it did feel you're having great chances against Magnus. And look at Magnus, if you see him, he looks like he came out of fear, like he was scared.
yeah, I think Magnus definitely the look of a man who has dodged a bullet there.
Correct.
But Amruta, the thing which I liked is how ambitious Arjun was. He's like, okay, I drew with Magnus, but I'm not happy. And this is what experience does to you, right? First game you play with Magnus, you draw with any position, you're like happy. You drew the world champion.
For sure.
Then you lose a few, then you beat him once, then you have few more draws, then you lose a few more, and now by this time you are already a seasoned campaigner and you say, okay, I have to beat Magnus now. And this is what Arjun is showing. So guys, this is where I've been telling many times on my streams when you have been asking, how talented are our guys, how far are they from beating these world's best players. The answer is one word: experience. It's the key element which will make the difference. The more you give them chances to play the best, the faster they will learn. And for now, Magnus just checking the game, I think, and trying to see where he could have done better or worse. But I think Amruta, clear miss was knight takes e6. What do you think?
Yeah,
Like here,
knight e6 is I would say that it was not such a tough kind of a tactic. It's just more of an be alert wala tactic, because the full time the knight on d7 was protected, suddenly knight goes to e4, you get that one opportunity. In rapid, what happens is sometimes you just play fast
yeah,
and then you miss these kind of things. So yeah, Arjun is definitely, maybe what would have happened, Sagar, Arjun would have realized it little later,
Possible.
and that was his reaction.
but still he managed to put a lot of pressure, right? Which is
much.
actually good.
much.
In spite of missing knight e6, he did put Magnus under a lot of stress.
Yeah.
I think the move of the day for Magnus, or move of the game, was definitely finding this key defense, queen a8.
How much time did he take? Actually, that will not get to know. No?
I think he was down to some 3 minutes and then he thought for 2 minutes 50 seconds or something.
Get it. Neil Nankani says, playing Leech's Rapid Swiss tournament, watching the stream, playing Call of Duty Mobile, and having to go to school tomorrow. Bapre.
Ultimate multitasker. By the way, people are saying that Prag, I thought Prag just beat Pranav, right? Directly in 2 games, or... Oh, Pranav beat Gadir Guse. Oh,
Pranav won a game in Division 3. That's what Srivatsan says.
yes, but I think Pranav won a game, but today he lost to Prag 2-0. And Prag is actually on course to winning in Division 3. I think that event, and that would be very cool. Today, Amruta, Dubov versus Raunak was very interesting because they drew their 2 games very quickly.
Okay.
And then they were like, okay, let's go to the Armageddon and play. And then Raunak bid low. He got the black pieces, but Dubov beat him.
Acha.
Hmm.
Did they play in World Rapid as well, by the way?
I don't remember. Maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
Next game will start in a few minutes
Yeah.
only. I think
Can
in
you
5
just
minutes.
set this up like for the next game?
Well, I think if you just do this, then whenever the game starts, it will. But sometimes they start a bit late. So what I do is I also keep this on, and then I can go here, and we have two scenes.
So here it will start faster.
Generally, yes.
Generally. Okay, great. So you wanna take some rest?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Acha. Why were we discussing? No, but really, you don't want to take any
No, I'm
rest?
fine. I'm fine. I had a
What
good.
if you were told that you don't have any option? You will need to take rest.
That did used to happen when I was very young, Amrita, when I was 12 years old, and I used to travel with my first coach.
Uh-huh.
He used to tell me like there are certain things when playing chess tournaments which are a must, which is not to watch TV, take rest in the afternoon between two rounds, and to eat well. And what happened, because I was so young, I started feeling that this is a must do thing. Like there's no option.
Correct.
And so that became such an important thing that even
That's why
when
you never watch TV.
I've never watched TV in tournaments because it was
Except
like
for all the sarcasm for the for the serials, which would go on and on and on.
no, but during tournaments I don't watch.
Acha, other times?
Other time at home, if it is on, what to do? Yeah, like I would see
Okay.
it. But so I think it's a very good sort of an observation that something which becomes a habit when you are young, a good habit, is very easy to sort of continue. Maybe it's like, let's say, brushing your teeth twice a day, or sleeping on time and stuff like that.
Yeah, because our brain, I think you were reading, right? There is a layer which is formed actually inside our brain, like around the neurons. So it kind of, uh, what do you want?
Water.
Acha.
Yeah.
It's like
You mean the neural pathways?
neural pathways, but I think was it melon? We were reading in that Happy Habits, no? That habits book. I don't remember. I'll tell you tomorrow in the chat as well. So it becomes like a stiff thing, rigid thing. What?
Chess for Fun says Magnus came to the stream and he was analyzing the game. Oh, so I understand what's happening there. They have two streams which are going on. Here is where Magnus is playing, as you can see. And there must be in another room there where Eric and everyone else would be commentating, or and then Magnus comes there in between. And
yes, possible. Payal's vlog says during chess tournaments, if I eat, I just feel too sleepy.
Yes, it's possible.
Yeah, it's. I know a lot of players who would not touch rice at all, worrying about sleep.
Aryan Khode says layer is called Mengies, made of Pia matter, Dura matter,
Something
and
with him.
I don't know. I haven't read anything of that sort, Amrita. Maybe you have.
Aryan Khode, what are you studying?
Siddharth Trivedi says, please check Prag's Armageddon game. With whom is Prag playing? Let me just quickly check.
Wow, but they will also says meninges BO. So it is true. Yeah, a layer is formed.
Congratulations. Oh, Prag versus Alexander Lenderman. Okay, till this time the game.
Oh, this is another Meroxybine on the board, guys. We have.
Okay, Prag is playing against Lenderman, which I think then Prag maybe drew 2 games against Lenderman, or what? Yeah, they drew game 1 and they drew 2 games. Okay, so this is an important game, Amruta. It's the thank you guys for telling us, and I guess we were talking about Mengies and all these stuff. We could have seen this game.
No, Menzies was very important. People will have habits built all their lives which they want to change. So
look at Prag repeating like a boss, because draw is okay for black, but now Lenderman says no draw because he needs to win. And
Oh,
Prag has
Prag,
4
awesome.
minutes. Lenderman has 5 minutes 42 seconds.
But
No
Prag can-
increment.
Prag can start h5, h4,
Yeah.
then then go bishop f4.
Deval
D5
Patel says
already.
tomorrow I have medicine exam and I'm watching chess. Deval, but we are also talking about some
Yeah, that's
medicine.
why he also suggested this meninges. So यहाँ पे it studies only.
Study medicine with Amruta
And
and get very less marks tomorrow.
geography also we studied today.
What is Magnus eating?
He's
Amruta, did you take
continuously
your
eating.
medicine? Maybe Magnus taking Ayurvedic medicine. Oh, Prag has actually. Did Prag lose a pawn? No, not really. D5 takes
Yeah, how is
C5.
d5 working? Oh, nice. Just simply there are no knights on f6 and c3 and anywhere. So it's easy.
So once you get a successful D5, it should be good for you. But not so sure. Yeah.
So here a6 and d5
Yeah.
both are slightly weak. Prag needs to be dynamic. Actually, it's a very comfortable position for black. Very comfy.
It's comfortable, but
Oh,
knight A4. Maybe the knight is misplaced there. And it might be a good
wants to
idea.
take
Yeah,
and
exactly.
go knight c5. Then
So
you
move
just
the
move
rook. Yeah, move the rook to D8 and get
or
a good
e8.
position.
No, e8. Great.
Did he play rook E8?
Yes, he
Wow,
did play
Prag
rook
is so strong. You know, Amruta, if at one of the events, if Prag also qualifies to Division 1, that would be epic. Then we have all the youngsters.
Hmm. So cool.
So of course we also have Raunak, we have Pranav, we have many other young talents also building up in Indian chess, and that is the best part, that it's not only about 4 youngsters, we have more who are coming up.
Now 93 and you want to take the dark square bishop because in Sicilian guys, dark square bishop is very important. Vedant, by the way, you're from Chembur, you should visit Phoenix Chessbiz India Club.
Yeah.
That's the best.
By the way, has the game started already, Amruta? Maybe. I'm not sure, but we will keep an eye on that.
You can check it once.
No, not yet. Meanwhile, Pragnananda having a wonderful position here against bishop d4. It's a big mistake. He's
knight
blundered.
f3 check. No, knight f3. Sorry. That's not working.
Yeah, this he can take. But the move here, which was very tricky, was knight e6, hitting the rook and the bishop. And if you take on e5, then I take queen e5, and somehow this rook is trapped.
Oh, rook a5. You have
Yes, but
it's very no, and you have won the dark square bishop,
then check,
which is
take on d2.
Yeah.
Take here
Queen
and
e3
maybe
check.
queen e3. Rook has to go
d4.
in. d4 pinning here. So it was totally winning there. But Prag went queen g6, which is also fine. I mean, it's not a bad move at all. Queen g6, bishop e5, rook e5, king h1. And now Prag needs to finish him off. Amruta, how do you finish him off? Is a good question. Because this.
Sorry.
There are some. Oh, he goes rook e8. He's keeping it simple. There's also knight g2, bishop g2, bishop d2, and rook e1, which is actually very powerful. What will happen to the loser of Hikaru versus So game and Sarana? Whoever loses between Hikaru and Wesley So will play against Sarana, and then whoever wins there will play against. Yeah, that way. I mean, we'll keep going.
Game has not started yet, huh?
96 Amruta. Prag is winning. C5 hanging, D2 hanging. Pragnananda is just
Winning, crushing. Oh, by the way, they're there. Game should have started.
Amruta, let's go. But Prag's game was also interesting.
Oh, he played nicely. D5 break was timely. Absolutely. Oh, by the way, Kanchan says maths is easy for me, so I don't have to study for it. That's why I am here. अरे क्या बात है? Confidence हो तो ऐसा.
D4, fantastic chess by Prag. He's attacking E5, he's attacking C3. I mean, the knight C4 was a nice move by Lenderman. Lenderman is playing very well, but I think he cannot now survive this, Amruta, because C3 is hanging, E5 is hanging. How do you protect both your knights? Also, once the pawn takes on C3, somehow C2 with the coverage of C1 square.
But Sagar, games have not started or what?
They started. B takes C5, but now D takes C3 is over. So Prag going to win this. Let's go to the game of Arjun versus Magnus. A very critical game, Amruta, because if Magnus beats Arjun, it's the end. So here we have C4, E6. And you know, Amruta, the funny thing is this, C6 he played, okay. Takes, bishop F4, knight F6, E3, bishop F5, knight E2. In fact, today I was looking at this line. I was commentating on a game between Magnus White Magnus Black. White was Alexei Sarana from World Blitz.
Okay.
And there F3 was played. And the best move was knight H5. When you had to know all this theory with G4, Queen H4, King D2, Knight G3.
Wow.
And then GF5 takes, knight H3. And I was actually analyzing this.
This is so cool.
But Magnus, instead of going F3, plays knight E2. So he learned from Sarana this line. And he has his own ideas here. But Arjun also knew it and plays knight H5 instantly, attacking this bishop. Knight G3, attacking this bishop. He takes on F4. He takes on F5. He comes back knight E6, and you can see Arjun knows theory here. G3, knight D7. Wow. What level of preparation does Arjun have, right? It's just so amazing. Can we check on our chess base board?
Yes.
If this has happened.
This line I have not seen at least before. Have you seen it? I'm not sure.
But
this is
it's
amazing.
Played. So guys, just checking on our chess base board here. And by the way, it's the third link in the description. You can check it out if any of you is keen on getting Chessbase 17 and Mega Database 2023. Bishop F4, Knight F6, E3, Bishop F5. We have 571 games. Knight E2 played, and now Knight H5. Almost no games actually.
No, right? That's what it's.
But knight E2 has been played by Sarana. So that's why I guess Arjun was prepared for it. But that's amazing, right? That
maybe Arjun played with Sarana in World Rapid, so he had to prepare. Something like that is also possible.
But to know something which has been played so less shows Arjun's level of preparation and how seriously he's taking things. Knight D7, Bishop D3.
Bishop went to D3. So what the G3 move was? Why did he play G3, Sagar?
Here
after knight E6. Yeah.
I guess.
I mean, if he plays Bishop D3, let's say over here.
Maybe G6. He has to go back to G3 when the knight does not have too many good squares to go to. So perhaps after G3, if you play G6, he wants to go to H4 and F3.
Wow, it is so deep.
Yeah, maybe, but it's not like a great move or something.
No, but
G6,
it's important.
knight
He
H4.
couldn't have gone Bishop D3 directly for sure.
Right.
This is great.
Meanwhile, Pragnananda has beaten Alexander Lenderman. Does that mean he's won the Division 3? Guys, let us know because we are not very sure.
Prag will face Sam Sivian in winners final. Maharishi
Oh,
Rezi.
thank you, Maharishi. That's good to know.
Ashpreet says, guys, today I'm not making notes. I'm studying organic chemistry. Do you remember me? Yes, you are the note maker.
Okay, Amrita. So right now, Arjun has managed to develop and castle. So a very solid opening by Arjun.
Isn't it must win for Arjun or?
Not really. If he draws, it will be 2-1, and then
Ah,
2-1.
then he gets white again.
Yes,
Okay.
and
So,
then if he
huh?
can make it 2-2.
I think Arjun has a very comfortable position for
Yeah.
sure. I mean, doesn't even look like he has to play very carefully. In fact, I like his position. I can say that.
Correct. One of what plan would you go for? Would you go for knight g5 to trade the knights,
Mm-hmm.
or would you prepare with
Yeah,
h5?
H5 is something which I'm inclined towards.
Or there's also another
Ah,
idea which is
please.
c5, and I think it's a very clean
Oh,
equalizer because if you
but
take
D5
here,
is hanging, right?
yes. So if
How is
knight
it
d5,
working?
I'll take on d4.
Oh no, so you don't want to play C5 for sure. So, no, Arjun goes B5, by the way.
Wow, very risky move. Very risky. Because rook c1, yeah, exactly. Magnus is going to play that move, and also this b5 move, I would have never played it because now c6 is weak, c5 is weakened. But this is what modern chess is all about, guys. It's about if you can make something work, no matter how ugly it looks positionally, it's fine. Like yesterday, Amruta, if you saw this one move that happened between Ali Reza and Arjun, it was like this opening: knight f6, knight c3, knight c6. They played this way, g3, d5, takes, takes, and now bishop g2. I think some, maybe I'm, maybe it's some kind of a, maybe, yeah, g6, I think. And now Ali Reza played knight e4. Yeah, something here. And like,
C4, yeah.
yeah, c4. It's just
Hmm.
very concrete. b3, you feel like, oh, it's, you can't take now, c6 is hanging, but it just works. Like, this is the thing about modern chess. If it works, it works. Sorry, knight d4, not knight d4 was played. And this is again one of those moves that Arjun keeps playing, like b5, and you tell yourself, no, Arjun, you can't do that. Because if Arjun was some 1800 player, and I would tell him, no, you can't do that, because after b4, knight a4, look at this, you can never go c5, your c6 pawn is weak. And Arjun would just play rook c8, and he'll tell me, but I'm going c5 next move. It works.
Nice.
So rook c1, rook c8, Arjun first goes here,
Mm-hmm.
h4, and then plays a5.
So he's completely not even thought about king side.
Yeah.
But Magnus starts with h4. In a way, Magnus stops knight g5 for the future. And also, at some point, he knows maybe black will play h5. So he's already starting at h5
Yeah.
because he has a light square bishop. So h5, knight h4 could become interesting for him
Correct.
with queen g4. Actually, it can get scary, yeah? Can get scary.
I agree, Amrita. And also now he goes king g2. I think b4 and c5 on cards, guys. That's what Arjun's going to do. Yeah, and king g2 played. So Arjun's move, he has 12 minutes. Magnus 8 minutes 40 seconds. Once again, Arjun putting him under time pressure, which is very good.
Hey, now you cannot play c5 because after knight b5, d4 is protected. Hmm.
Yeah. So maybe do this, and this.
This looks great. DC5, knight c5.
Yeah, this looks fine. No, I mean,
No, it looks great actually,
yeah,
with the bishop on g7.
I think he might do that, but he first goes queen e7. Arjun just keeping it
He's
simple.
improving his position. He's making Magnus think. I'm not gonna tell you what my plan is
Yeah.
directly.
Okay, let's
Anyway,
go to
what's the board
Hikaru
move?
versus Wesley very quickly. It seems like Wesley So has got a very nice position out of the
Oh,
opening.
look at that c5 square, f5 square. That
Juicy
both
and a6 weakness, Amruta. So from here, you can just keep massaging the a6 weakness.
absolutely gone. Oh, but again, as we know, Hikaru has been fighting back. So,
No, one of the best defenders in the game, especially in online chess. Because day and night, Hikaru does just that. He defends inferior positions
okay.
on stream. By the way, knight e2 played, and this is a very cool move because now c5 not possible. Bishop takes b5 would hang.
So, anywhere you need to play b4, yeah?
But then, like queen a4 suddenly starts attacking, starts massaging these
But then
weaknesses.
b4
No?
was important earlier for
Maybe,
Arjun.
maybe yes. Maybe Arjun, this move queen e7, which we liked at first, might have been that inaccuracy which Arjun should not have made. He goes b4. And I think what Arjun wants to do is for queen a4, he wants to anyway play c5 and put pressure on d4. Manan says, how hard is to win for Arjun? I presume very hard. I think it's extremely hard to beat Magnus when you are trailing him. Very few people have managed to strike back. I mean, in online chess, we have seen that people have come back at him. Amruta, I think Dubov had beaten him at the start in 2020. Wesley So has done so. So few players, Pragnananda has done it. But it's not easy.
Hmm.
Want to take some rest?
Okay.
b4 played, and now I guess knight f4 is what he may do. Yes, he plays it. Knight comes up to f4. So he takes and plays c5. Yes, there is 3-second increment here. One of the things that now will happen, guys, is that he'll first gain a tempo on the queen. So the queen has to move. And now I was wondering if dc5, but after knight c5, black is fine. So as white, okay, now think about it like this. If you are Magnus Carlsen here, you are thinking to yourself, oh my god, Arjun is coming with c4. So I must take. But if Magnus Carlsen thinks a little deeper and plays h5 and then to c4, goes back and assesses this position carefully, he would realize that this structure is not very solid for black because he's going to take once, remove one of the pawns, then push the other pawn or get his knight to e5. So if Magnus assesses this position, okay, as fine to allow c4, I will be super impressed because he can take here, which is the most natural human move to do. But the problem with it is that after bishop takes b2, knight takes c5, and all of those moves, black is more than fine. So Magnus has to allow c4. Very interesting position, guys. From a strategic perspective, it's very, very interesting what's happening. Magnus is down to 5 minutes on the clock. Arjun has 9 minutes 30 seconds. Rishi Kumar, you are right. It's very tough to allow c4, but at the same time, Magnus Carlsen does realize that this position is not so good for him. So he then starts to work. It's like somewhere, it's like some of your decisions which intuitively your brain tells you don't take them. They are not the right decisions. Oh, look at this. He plays f5. He plays f5. Maybe not the right one. Right pawn push, but okay, it's possible. Yeah, the punch should heal on. It is sort of reverse engineering. You first see the most natural move, you don't like it, and then you say to yourself, I have to do something which doesn't come naturally to me. I mean, we are just trying to understand humanly how humans think, but Magnus Carlsen is maybe one of those very rare humans who thinks very differently at chess. Okay, f5 played. Now, what should Arjun do? You don't want to take cd4. I mean, even if you win a pawn, it just doubles up your pawns, and it's not what you want. You would want to push your pawn to c4, because then with c4 you have this majority of pawns here, 3 versus 2, where you can create a passed pawn. So that is one idea. The other possibility, I don't see much, but maybe there is bishop h6, bishop popping out this side, playable. Queen d6 is something that I just wanted to improve my queen's position, but why? I mean, maybe not the best. Maybe not the best. Is there a broadcast delay, says Shashank? Maybe possible, Shashank. I'm not sure. I've not been communicated about it, if there's a broadcast delay or not. But I'm not aware of it. Hikaru's game, if we just look very quickly, Hikaru has gotten rid of Wesley's very strong knight. He's offering a trade. And I think this is what Hikaru does to his opponents. He just plays so pragmatically when he's defending, and it's not easy to break him. It's not at all. Yeah, f5. What? Wesley drew. Oh! They drew the game, which means they have 1.5, 1.5. And now Arjun. Over to Arjun versus Magnus. I think Hikaru and Wesley both know within, like, internally, that they are going to the Armageddon. They are so well matched. It's very difficult to choose between them. But Arjun taking a lot of time here. I'll be surprised if he does something else apart from c4. Okay, bishop d4. Maybe this is what Arjun is thinking. Knight d4, pawn takes d4. You get an extra pawn. But these pawns are a little bit sick looking, right? They are isolated, doubled. You don't want to do that. And Arjun gets his hand to the mouse. What is the move he's going to play? He plays... Oh, he takes on d4. Very, very surprised at the decision of cd4 by Arjun Erigaisi. Very surprised. And I think Magnus is right now so happy with what has just transpired. He's like, look Arjun, extra pawn you have, but there's no quality in them. And you can see Magnus has just eased up. His expression says it. You know, if you look at these micro expressions in chess, you realize When is a player stressed, when he's not? Because now for Magnus, it's very simple. This is hanging like, the king is weak, and if you take here, the knight can jump to h4 to f5. Also, the rook can go to h1 to h5. So somehow, I wouldn't go to that extent to say that Arjun is lost, but I definitely feel that Magnus's moves are just so easy to make. Now the rook will go to h1, knight can go to h4. Yeah, Arjun, I think, has to take on h5 now, because what else does he do? Does he go g5? Bishop f5, that's very powerful. Actually, if Magnus wins this, he goes to the finals. So Arjun has to play out of his skin to defend this. Let's say you take this pawn. Oh no, he played queen f6. So Magnus takes, and I think Magnus goes knight h4. Without doubt. No, he goes queen e2. I think what Magnus might not have liked about knight h4 is knight e5. Hitting the bishop and defending this pawn. So that's the reason why first he goes queen e2. Not yet determining his knight's position. Now maybe knight c5 is what Arjun must play, so that he can capture this bishop. Let's see if Arjun manages to hold this. It's not going to be easy at all, but Fairy Chess says, you inspired me to create my own YouTube channel. Arey, excellent, Fairy Chess. All the best for your YouTube journey. Please don't copy others' content. Create your own content, and that would be amazing. Arshprit says it's amazing to see 2000 people watching at 2 a.m. Yeah, it's very cool. A lot of people following knight c5, hitting the bishop. Good move by Arjun. Now, I think Magnus will go and pin this. Bishop f8, good move, Arjun. Now Arjun wants to move the knight, rook. Knight is defended. I was wondering if queen e5 is possible. But you take, oh, knight. Now rook e8. Hitting here and then here. Oops, sorry. Here. I'm actually very interested, even if this ends in a draw, because we'll have a fourth game then. Stefan Hanna says it's 3 p.m. here in USA. Yeah, it's a good time to be in US right now to follow this tournament. Bishop b1 played. What do? You want to move away from this pin. So one idea is to go rook c7 with the idea of rook e7. Nice move, Arjun. Rook e7. Your idea could also be to go to h7. Use the h file. So very nice move. Arjun's defense is pretty good till now. And by the way, will Arjun's extra pawn count at some point? Will he make it count? Imran Book says, Sagar, I love from Bangladesh. That's great, Imran. Watching from Germany, says Lakshma, 9 p.m. here. Awesome. Knight to h4. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Attack on g6 pawn. Now, maybe rook e7, right? Oops, not bishop e7. Rook e7. Hit that. Also, guys, d3 possible. Because after bishop d3, I want to take knight d3, but rook c7 is hanging. Okay, one second. Let's improve our position first. Let's go rook e7. He might go queen, what, g4, attacking here. Then you play d3. Then he goes knight g6. You must play rook g7. And now the problem is, oh, he goes, by the way, he goes g5, which is also good. Just not getting into all that mess with the g pawn being attacked. So, okay, g5. One move is queen g4, pinning here. The other move is knight. No, you can't go knight f5, or can you? If you play knight f5, I thought d3 stuff can get very nasty to break the communication of the bishop and the knight. And after bishop d3, you go knight d3. Now, the rook is hanging. Oh, he goes queen g4. Anyway, knight f5 was very complicated. He goes queen g4, pins this pawn. And now where does Arjun, what does Arjun do next? d3, blocking the bishop. And very important to note here, guys, that you cannot take this because of a very key move. Can you find it? If you take here, then c7 is hanging. And if queen f2, there is king h1 or king h1, I think, yeah. But there is a very cool move now that black has. Can you? Yes, Sumit Bhattacharjee, brilliant job. Rook g7 is the move. Because now I'm threatening to take here and I'm threatening to take here. The pin is broken. Beautiful chess. d3, knight f3 played. Let's see how Arjun continues. He's putting pressure on Magnus, yeah? He's putting pressure on him. Rook g7 played. Defending the pawn on g5. And now Magnus maybe has to go rook d1 to try and win this pawn. Let's go. Let's go. What does Magnus do? He has 1 minute 20 seconds. Arjun has 1 minute 19 seconds. Rook d1 seems like a very logical move to take this. Somehow Arjun has made good use of his double pawns. That extra pawn to block the bishop here. You can see Magnus's facial expression no longer very relaxed, yeah? He feels it. He feels the pressure. b3 played. Defend, because b2 was hanging. He's defended it. Now, how does Arjun create something? Because Magnus's plan is rook d1, bishop d3, take, and he says I'm positionally just better. Because my knight is well placed, my queen is well placed, and so on. So the onus is on Arjun to create something. And it's not so simple. He can try and think of going to b2, but what does that achieve after rook d1? Absolutely nothing. Because even a move like knight e4, you can go rook f1. It does look very passive. Oh, Arjun finds the best move. He plays queen g6. Now, I was wondering, what is the point of this move? Because, you know, knight e5, but there is queen e4 check. That's the point. He wants to put his queen on e4, I think, and undouble his pawns. Queen takes e4, d takes e4. He'll be extra pawn up. Arjun putting pressure on Magnus for sure. Rook e1, stopping queen e4. Rook e7. He's like, exchange the rooks, then I will get into e4. Amazing. Magnus must do well not to trade. Because if he trades, I think he's then maybe getting to worse. Because queen e4 is coming in. Rook d1, good move by Magnus. But now queen e4. Arjun can play it. He has to give up this pawn. Guys, look at this. This is not easy to play, but Arjun, can he play queen e4? It would pin the knight. It would be very strong. Giving up the g5 pawn, rook g7. Not an easy decision. Arjun has only 30 seconds left. He must play this, and then he would be clearly better. Arjun, focused, really focused there. But I think humanly it's easy to play rook g. Oh, he plays it. Queen e4 on the board. Brilliant chess by Arjun Erigaisi. He is ready to give up his g5 pawn to move his rook to g7. Fantastic. Queen g5, rook g7. Amazing chess. Now queen h5, knight e6. Arjun, go for it. Knight f4 coming in. This is finish. This is game over. Finds knight e6. Brilliant chess once again by Arjun. This is trouble time for Magnus Carlsen. Bishop d3, knight f4. You can see Magnus there. He knows he's botched it up. He has 5 seconds left. Arjun Erigaisi with a series of brilliant moves has now winning. Is now winning knight f4. Let's go. Let's go. Pin. It's pinned here. Your knight comes in. This is over. 8 seconds for Arjun. Needs to move. No, he plays rook h7. Queen e8 is fine. Now it's just too little time left. Queen f3. Oh, Magnus escaping. Escaping. King g8. Arjun, you had to play that. Rook f7, queen g6. It's a draw perhaps now because queen g6, bishop g7, queen d3, queen f2. It's still not so clear. It's still not so clear. bg7, queen d. Oh, rook d2. He's played queen e4. Yes, back in the game. Back in the game. He had to take on d3 and give up the f2 pawn, but he didn't. Now Arjun's pawn's tremendously strong. Bishop c3. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Bishop c3. Yes, he gets it in. Bishop d4, f3. Oh, pawn push. It seems like a blunder by Magnus. Maybe it was a mouse slip. And that is over now. d2, 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 d2. Yes. Yes. Arjun wins. Magnus smiles. Arjun Erigaisi beats Magnus. It's 1.5, 1.5. What a game that was.
Oh my god, Arjun beat Magnus.
Yeah, he beat him. What a game, Amruta. That was thrilling action there because, you know, it was like Arjun played so many good moves. So many good moves. He got a winning position, but Magnus found a draw then. And somehow Arjun managed to again turn it around. Wow. What a game.
Cool. And Magnus is still on his chair.
Yeah,
This
and
time he's
Magnus
not got up.
But he smiled, yeah, at the end. And I think there was some kind of a this mouse slip that happened. But I think Magnus realized that it was not something which would have changed the result of the game. So he was not so angry or, you know, upset about it.
Sumit Bhattacharya says Arjun might be shouting after switching off the camera.
Yeah, possibly. You know, Amruta, at some point I thought this is going away from Arjun's hand, especially somewhere around here. No, not here, but maybe somewhere around h5. And I felt like, no, Arjun's decision to take on d4 was so bad. So bad because then, you know, it was all the plain Magnus's hand. But now he played some amazing defensive move, especially this move, rook c7. I loved it because the rook on the 7th rank is just so strong. And then after knight h4, g5, queen g4, he finds d3, which is a great move. Then he finds rook g7, which is great. Queen g6 was beautiful because he's preparing queen e4 to undouble his pawns. So Magnus stops it and Arjun offers a trade. If you take, then I take with the bishop and prepare queen e4 again. So he goes here, which is a mistake. And now was the very critical moment because Arjun had 30 seconds and he had to find this move queen e4, which was very tough because you're giving up a pawn with a check.
Yeah.
And he did it.
Oh.
He gave that. He found this. Then he found another brilliant move, knight e6, threatening knight f4 check. But when he had to play this move, he somehow, I don't know, he botched it up. He played rook h7. And now this allowed a draw. Like, not a draw, but at least check, check, check. And now if Magnus would have taken here, giving this up, which is not easy, Amruta, because the king looks very exposed. This is somehow a draw. It's equal because there are some check threats here, check threats here. And so he played rook d2, but again a beautiful move found. Now suddenly he's winning here. And I think what Magnus, maybe this is the moment where Magnus wanted to play f4.
But what? How does it matter?
And he played f3, and then he just lost a pawn. And
wow. So actually what you're saying that c takes d4
Yeah.
may be practically the best decision, because if you see the game, the whole game, there was this one man of the match which was a pawn on d3, which cut off that bishop on b1 forever.
In hindsight, yes, but I think Amruta, like objectively, it was not the best.
But when you're losing or when you're in a desperate situation, you cannot be objective.
That is true.
I mean, objectivity doesn't give you anything.
Yeah, possible. By the way, look at Arjun. Yeah, he has a very nice light there, which makes him look
Disco.
Yeah, no, not disco. He has a ring light, which makes him look better. By the way, Jai Pandit sends in a super chat saying, "Fun commentary the last 2 minutes." Thanks.
Yeah, last 2 minutes I just joined. Yeah, well, Susan. No, he had sent a super chat earlier. That was cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow. But Arjun beat Magnus. That has happened today.
yes. And I mean, this is his second win because he had beaten him once. But I think this game was really special because this game, the last time when he beat him was also very special, where Magnus was pushing and Arjun somehow found a series of great moves and managed to beat him. This time, somehow, it was a very key game because he was trailing in the match and he managed to strike back and now level the scores. And anything can happen because Arjun has white pieces now.
Yeah, and imagine if he wins,
Yeah.
he's already through.
Amruta, if he
What is
wins,
the prediction? Now is the poll, Sagar. This poll is going to be important.
no, we still have the poll and people can change their answers, I believe.
They can?
No?
I mean, it's very sad if they can. What's the point of the poll then?
No, I think.
No, they're saying no, they can't. Obviously, right? They'll keep changing. Imagine somebody's winning, then they'll change.
Okay, got it. Okay, so let's see. Right now,
Post
by the
another
way,
poll.
it was 43% Arjun, 57% Magnus.
Okay.
So let's make another poll and see if
Because this one is really a hard poll. By the
So-
way, we have Vamsi Katta sending another super chat for great commentary. Thank you.
do you think Arjun will clinch this? Yes or no? Okay.
Your neighbor says वो community post में होता है, but
Acha, got it. People now are very excited, at 2
oh
in
my
the night.
god, yes.
Yes is
Oh,
getting a
right
lot of
now.
votes because at night people are, of course, a bit sleepy and also a little emotional.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Arjun is playing really well. Okay, games have started, Amruta.
Oh, let's
So,
not miss it.
yeah. Firstly, d4 by Arjun. Knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. And Arjun is a smart guy because he usually plays f3.
Mm-hmm. Samish.
As Damish, but he said that I know that Magnus will come prepared for it. So let me go e3. Knight, bishop d3, c5. He goes knight e2, d5. Takes on d4. Pawn takes, knight takes d5.
Oh, Karokan.
Castles. Yeah, this is not Karo Khan, but this is more like, the Panov. Some.
The knight is not on f3 here. That's one major difference.
Bishop c2, and you can see Magnus being a little bit surprised with this move. I don't know why. It seems like a normal move, but I think, Amruta, the main move here is a3 perhaps. let's quickly check our chessbase 17 and mega database to know if this has been played before, but how many times and what is the move. So it went d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, e3, castles, bishop d3, c5, knight e2, d5, cd, cd, ed, knight d5. We have 973 games, castles, knight c6, and bishop c2. Okay, so there are 456 games already.
Oh, wow.
And Nakamura versus Carlsen has happened here. In fact, Carlsen has played it once. Karpov, Navara, many strong players have played it.
Carlsen has played it like 13 years back. And I think after COVID, many people don't remember anything. But of course, Carlsen is going to remember.
By the way,
What is he
Amrita,
eating? He's eating continuously today.
yeah,
I think
don't know
it,
what he's eating. Also, Amrita, look at this. The game between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura already ended in a draw. We didn't even see it. They did the dudum, dudum, dudun, 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 dudun,
I don't think
draw.
that was the music.
Okay, whatever. They are now 2-2 and they will play an Armageddon now with the players bidding for time, and the one who bids the lowest gets the black pieces, and along with it draw odds. It'll be 15 minutes for white, and whatever the bid will be for black, that much time the black
Yeah.
player will get.
Okay, get it.
Oh,
Akshat
mean-
Bharadwaj says, I switched off the stream for 5 minutes and when came here was shocked by Arjun. Fabulous work by Arjun.
Absolutely. If you missed it, please go back, because I think it was one of the most exciting 5 minutes of our live streaming ever. Queen Rook d1, Bishop
Oh, I
f8.
love what Arjun is getting into. IQP with a perfect attack he can get, right?
Can you tell our viewers a little bit about IQP? What does that mean? Why are you excited?
IQP firstly means that your pieces are going to be more active. Like
But what is IQP?
Oh, isolated queen pawn. IQP is isolated queen pawn. Isolated pawn is a pawn which has no pawn on the adjacent files here. You can see. So you have both the files open. That is the key thing. And that's why the squares here c5 and e5 are outposts for your pieces. So your knights would really love to be there. So that's the main thing. And the second thing is that your pieces get a lot of activity in return for this pawn being lonely. Like how single people get advantage of, you know.
By the way, Shrinjoy says, at this time of the night, whoever is watching mostly knows IQP. By the way, Nikhil Roshan ji, yes, who's been a pillar of Indian chess for 10 months and a very, very fine mod of our channel, says, शादी के 9 साल मुबारक हो सागर भाई एंड अमृता जी. मैं अब समझ रहा कि ये कितना मुश्किल काम है अब जब मेरी खुद की शादी हो गई है. Just kidding, but so happy for you. Yeah, not easy, but we are managing it pretty well until now, pretty decently.
Yes.
Knight d5, Amruta.
अरे पर मेरा final thing ये है कि that in the isolated pawn also that this is the structure. Whenever there is knight on e5, you have to look out for such sacrifices here. Okay, that's it, Sagar.
But
that
there
was
is
a
no
long-
knight. There is a queen here. So it's slightly different
Slightly
because the
different. I
knight is
agree
on
with you.
e2.
Completely.
But Magnus has given up a pawn here. But you can't take it because the knight on e2 is hanging. So the knight actually is defended now by bishop e3.
But I thought knight f4 is natural, right? Because how will he defend the
then
d5 pawn?
d4 would
No,
get weak.
there is a back rank made.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god, you should have asked this question at 2 a.m.
Yeah, I'm right now just taking it a little easy on the chat. And bishop g7. But now he still didn't take here, because after bishop g4, the queens have to be traded and the e2 knight is under pressure. So actually Arjun played the move bishop b3, and look at him, he's putting pressure. You know what is really amazing, Amruta? and seriously, I mean, this is really something to admire, is how Arjun is using his white pieces to put Magnus under pressure. It's not easy. It's not
Yeah, in the
easy to do
last game
that.
also. Yeah, that's a important point you mentioned.
And that too in some very mainline stuff, like not some
Right.
London system or some sideline with like B3 stuff. He's going for main lines, and he has some good prep there. Knight f4 again. Notice how pressure on d5 is mounting with these pieces. It's a symmetrical structure, but the white pieces are slightly more active than blacks.
Yeah, I mean, so you are saying that whenever next time Magnus is playing Arjuna with black, he will have to be more careful.
Oh, for sure. I mean, even today. And also, Amruta, it might not be the last time that Magnus and Arjun would be playing each other, because imagine if Arjun wins today, then he plays, say, winner of Wesley and Nakamura tomorrow, and Magnus plays Gukesh and manages to come from that end and then meets the winner there. It's also possible.
Yeah, that's possible.
Have you
Oh,
understood the format? Should
no.
I explain?
No, 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 no.
Or maybe I will, guys, after the stream
All
ends.
day, I said, no, all the engineers and all these people, they must understand that. If they understand that, then they'll definitely going to pass the.
No, it's double elimination, Amrita. Anyway, we'll talk about it later. Queen f6 played by Magnus. Now queen g3. Maybe not the most accurate way of continuing, but rook c1 would have been perhaps more accurate. Queen g3.
But I think now we are away, like, it's not going to be more about perfect chess as such, because it's the last game and the pressure is different here. Right?
Yeah, and Amrita, both the semi-finals having such different routes. Like in Wesley and Nakamura, I think both of them वो रहता है ना आंखों ही आंखों में इशारा हो गया type. Like both of them just knew that okay, we have to go to the Armageddon. So they did not try too hard. While I think in the game between Arjun and Magnus, no one is sure yet. I don't think either of them want a draw.
Of course not. No, no, no. They want to play. And for Magnus, one thing he loves is to play against these youngsters
Yeah.
till the end.
Yeah, it's a great attitude actually.
Yeah.
And I've seen some players being really worried when they play these youngsters. They often say, and in fact, it's been true of even people whom I meet, and they are like, let's say in their 30s or 40s. They say, we are very afraid when we have to play young kids.
Yeah.
Because they are just very strong. But guys, I think it's good to be inspired from Magnus. He takes it as a challenge. He thinks it's the best, it's fresh, He doesn't want to play players like, let's say, Levon, Anish, Wesley, Duda, Nepo, Fabi. He's played them so many times. But when he gets to play, let's say, Arjun, Nodirbek, Vincent, Prag, Nihal, Gukesh,
Yeah.
he's already very happy.
So you mean Magnus may still, in rare situations, draw with these players, but with Arjun and all these youngsters, he would.
No,
definitely
even
have to
against
play.
these guys, he would never draw easily, even with the experienced players.
Uh-huh.
But it's just that the experienced players are so experienced that once they want to draw as white, it's not easy for Magnus to control it, because
Right.
they are so experienced with handling
Correct.
those
They are more
situations.
calm, balanced that way, in a way.
Yeah. And also the ambition of Arjun will not allow him to play for a draw. Okay,
By the
97.
way, Shashank is that CBI chess board, Shashank, on Saga Magnus's shelf.
Not really. I think
No,
it's
and it's not Magnus.
Chessbra merch. By the way, very good move by
Yes.
Magnus. Going 97. He wants to put his knight on f5, hitting the queen and the bishop. That's his idea.
Oh, by the way, Mittens Parody says 800 new subscribers. Array, nice.
What? Where?
We would have got from the
Into
beginning.
oh, today's stream.
He must have calculated. अरे यहाँ पे everything
Oh
we have
dear.
math,
No, no,
geography, as I
no.
told. No,
Amruta, we
everything
were
works.
17,000. 1,117,000 subs, I think, when we started, and now it's 1,118,000. So we
Oh,
gained 1,000 subs today, not just through this stream, of course, because other videos also people are watching. But yeah, this is good news. 96, and of course you must take with the queen, not to take with the pawn, because then I guess bishop g5 is a killer stroke.
what is our poll, by the way, until now?
Our poll is 64% for Arjun, 36 for
Uh-huh.
Magnus. Will he win? But I think Amruta, Magnus should be able to hold this. In fact, he might even start pressing with knight f5 coming in. So maybe Arjun has to start getting a little bit less ambitious here and maybe just chop this off. And I think this,
Oh, is it going to Armageddon?
yeah, then you go into the Armageddon. But what is Magnus thinking? Amruta,
Ah,
I'm very surprised that Magnus is even thinking here. He takes with the queen. Because if he had taken with the pawn,
yeah.
it's already lost after bishop g5. Because
Oh,
queen f5, there is bishop a4 hitting the rook. And if you move the rook, then you just lose the knight. So, and if you play queen f7 here, I can still go here. And after this, what's the move? Can we ask our chat? Let's see, Amruta, if 100 people can answer this at 2 a.m. in the night, it might not be easy. But if
right.
they do, white to play, guys, then it's just amazing.
But why am I not seeing the move?
What, Amruta? Get some specs.
Okay. Got it.
Let's see how many of our chat members have actually found the move here.
Oh, 2196 are our
Who?
live
Magnus
viewers, by
shaking
the
his
way.
head. I don't know
Oh, we
why.
reached 2200.
But have we reached 100? Oh,
That's
more
what
than
I am.
100 people answering this.
Agam Shah, Abhishek Ganeshan, Richard Rappo,
Hello, Richard.
Kritika Chess, Vyom Podar, Sam, Snehasin, Yusuf
Snehashish.
Khan, The World of Wit, and Chris Kynes. अरे क्या
So,
बात है शायद
Rook
तुमने बोला और
C7.
लोग नहीं आंसर दे, ऐसे हो सकता है.
Guys are amazingly active in our chat. Brilliant to see such great knowledge for chess and ability to answer. Great job, guys. By the way, why was Magnus shaking his head? Because after Queen E6, he's got a good position.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Maybe he was thinking about some move for Arjun, which was just a blunder. Like, let's say, for example, he was thinking, oh, what should I do for bishop a4?
Ah,
And then he was thinking about rook moves. Then he saw, oh, I have knight f5 intermediate.
that's
Something like that, maybe. Pranab Singh says, this chat is too strong. It took me 15-20 seconds, but this chat answers in 2-3 seconds only. Well, I guess some players are really strong. Shubham Kumar says, what if after rook c7, bishop f6 here? How does that win? It's a very good question, Shubham. And I think the main point is that after something like h4, you don't even need to sort of press here. It's just better because I'm just going to take this pawn on and you the reason why I played h4 was that if you take, I'll take back with the pawn, my queen defends f2, this is hanging, rook is very ideally placed. Also later on I can play f3 and move my queen in, rook e1, this is weak. So yeah, it doesn't win instantly, but it's playable. By the way, this is what I was talking about, Amruta, how Arjun is
Yeah.
so ambitious. You know, in his mind, a move like bishop c2 never occurs.
Oh, he doesn't want to go to
He
simple
doesn't want
equal.
to take. He plays bishop a4. He hits here. Of course, Magnus comes here in, and then Arjun gets into with queen c7.
Wait, what's happening for firstly knight e3?
93.
You are gonna take an e8,
Yeah.
and then knight takes d1,
Yes.
and then
D.
whoa.
Once again. Because if I take
Ah,
d8,
you
you have
will
queen
take
e1
D.
mate.
Oh.
But I can take bishop f7 first, I think.
You should have asked this question, Sagar.
Queen f7 and queen d8.
Okay, and then you'll collect this guy.
So knight e3, bishop e8 is there. So rook f8 is the best move. Rook e7 loses to queen d8. So rook f8 has to be played. Magnus will find it.
Parth says, Sagar bhai, I was playing with my dad yesterday for the first time and I realized that his personality changes while playing chess. He becomes a pro trash talker.
Abhishek says, I'm watching your stream from Malta.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you know, Abhishek, I know Malta. In fact, I was invited there once, or there's a good chess culture there.
You never went there, right?
I didn't go, but you remember there was one.
Yeah,
They were
yeah.
looking for a chess coach,
Ah,
and I believe Nigel Short then became the chess coach or something on those lines.
okay.
We had actually published an article, perhaps. I am not sure.
Got it. Nice.
Yeah, I think Wesley versus Hikaru is a very interesting game. To beat Wesley is not going to be easy for Hikaru at all. But we'll see. I mean, they both are so good. It's like, and this is what makes this format so interesting, Amruta, because all these years, when Wesley would face Hikaru, let's say in situations like this, we would see draws in chess because draw is such an integral part of the game. But when you make this format of 4 games and then Armageddon, at the end of the day, you have a winner. And that's why okay, today Hikaru will lose or Wesley will lose, one of them will lose, one of them will win. And that's how you can make something which is a little bit dull because of these draws interesting.
But then you have to wait. Like people have to wait a lot. Like
Yes, you have to wait for sure.
your Yaganik says, I'm watching it from US. My lecture starts in 5 minutes. So when it starts interesting, you will have to go for his lecture. Oh, by the way, Radbound says watching from Paraguay. That is cool.
Nice.
So one asks, is Malta an island?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Mayur says, I left early from work to watch the stream. I'm in Toronto and it's 3:30 p.m. here. Nice. Mayur, that's just amazing. And I think you will get your time worth, because already Arjun is creating some chances here. Amruta, just to analyze a little bit after rook f8,
Yeah.
you want to take on b7, but then this knight e3 business starts to get very dangerous because the queen enters and it's d4 is hanging, so you can't take the pawn on b7 after rook f8. Then you might start to think, what should I do? Should I go
D3.
rook e1?
No, rook C.
Rook d3, I'm not so happy. Maybe rook c8.
Oh. Then
I
maybe
don't know.
queen goes back. What else?
Maybe
Queen
bishop
F4.
g5, Amruta, hitting here. Then you go rook c8. I take on b7. You take on c1. I take maybe with let's say bishop. Then your
Then you
knight
take on D4.
takes on d4. I don't know what to make of this position. Like, maybe white is slightly better as well.
I like it. Yeah. Because A7 is weak.
Yeah.
But the D pawn is dangerous now for the middle game, which is great for Magnus though. I
Yeah.
think. I'm not sure. But I would still take this chance, yeah, with white. I mean,
Correct. But by the way, this is a. By the way, what happened here? Look at this. Magnus went rook c8. He didn't go rook f8.
Okay.
And he took here. Now Magnus has to find rook b8 as the only move.
But he will, no? Because he's winning the B2 pawn. Like,
Yeah.
if you give the B7, then you win the B2.
Yeah, that is true. Also, Amruta, have to think of knight e3, because let's say rook b8, where do you move your queen? Let's say queen c6.
Yeah. Or queen D7.
Oh, he goes queen c7. Arjun. But now, careful. Very careful, because rook e c8. Of course, you can't take here, Amruta, because bishop takes e8 is just winning. And again, if you play here,
was a blunder.
then bishop e8 once again is
Yeah.
a problem. So actually speaking, rook e8 looks like the most natural and strong move. And I think Magnus will play it.
Yeah, how is he thinking?
Oops, sorry. Man. Arjun, complicating the game as much as
Hey,
he
by
can.
the way, Magnus has 4 minutes, lesser time than Arjun, 2 to 3 minutes, and we never know how it can matter. By the
Yeah.
way, Sumit Bhattacharya says he's watching from Ireland and also preparing for
Yes.
his tournament. Okay, maybe in the break, Sagar, you
Sagar,
can also answer
okay,
this.
Sumit, we will talk about it, how you can prepare for your tournament. Rook e8 on 10th, which is like 2 days away. Just not much time, but we can discuss a bit. Rook e8. And now Arjun must find queen d7, Amruta. Because after queen d7, let's say take, attacking your rook and the knight e3, rook c8 check, rook c8, bishop c8. Oh no, if you take bishop c8, then this is a problem. So you take fe3 and then rook c2, and most likely this will end in a draw. Opposite colored bishops. This is happening.
Would you prefer if Arjun wins this game, or would you prefer if it goes in Armageddon?
No, I think this is ending in a draw, Amruta. This is they are going into that position. I would have loved if Arjun wins in normal time, but this won't.
विनीत शर्मा सुपर चैट says hello सागर पाजी and भाभी जी and सब viewers को मेरा नमस्कार. I really love your commentary सागर पाजी. ਤੁਸੀਂ बस कर दे रहो कमेंट्री पाजी. साडा पूरा सपोर्ट है पाजी ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ.
अरे थैंक यू पाजी.
पूरा पंजाबी में लिखा है.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Knight e3, and now Amruta, you can take fe3, but very likely that Arjun is thinking very ambitiously at this point that, oh, what is the way in which I can press.
Rook c8, bishop c8, knight du. Oh, that's lost.
Look at the Panshu. He says, watching from drawing room, Arjun won, I celebrated, and बीवी ने कमरे से निकाल दिया.
इसके लिए वो था जिसकी 2 दिन के बाद शादी है, उसने आज देख लिया.
Okay, f8 played. Amruta, now rook c1, rook c1, rook b2, rook c8, bishop f8, and I think
Yeah, but that f7 pawn for opposite colored bishop, can that be a slight advantage for Arjun Sagar?
maybe, but maybe not. Like rook e2, rook c7, rook e3, rook
f7, rook f7. You have disco.
Yeah, but
You can't go king h8.
but
Rook
once I
f8
go
is a
here,
problem.
I defend this and you
Rook
have no.
a7, I win the pawn.
Yeah, rook a7,
You
king
have to go
h8.
king h8. And yeah, that d pawn, extra pawn doesn't mean anything or what?
Something. That's why this is happening. It's happening. What we are just analyzing. He's going to win this. Magnus is going to win this. I mean, it's, or maybe Magnus just goes rook c2 and pins this here.
Ah, that's also possible. Okay.
Why isn't Vidit playing? I think Vidit played. He lost in the division 3, I think. No, I'm not sure. Yeah, this.
I'm not sure. Abhishek says, one time I missed my company interview for chess competition in college. I won silver medal. पर जॉब का क्या हुआ फिर?
I by the way, do you see Magnus's Magnus's t-shirt? He has Puma, Then he has Simonson, some company, is Norwegian, Meltwater, chess.com, Puma Unibet. Okay. While Arjun has only one logo, Quant Box. Very interesting. Okay, by
Yeah,
the way, a
very
few moves have
interesting.
been played. He went Rook C2, Arjun went Bishop B7.
Now the rooks are exchanged. With the bishops, it's impossible. So this is now very
Yeah, this is a
clear
draw.
that it's going. Manoj Arora asks, Sagar bhai, happy belated birthday. When is the next discount? That was all a surprise discount, guys.
When I turned 33 years old, we had a flash discount for 33% for 33 minutes on 28th of January. And actually, people were so upset. Some of them are even messaging me now. They are like, when are you putting it again? And yeah, I mean, sorry guys, it was an idea of Amruta to
No,
put this.
first the chat asked for something
Uh,
interesting. Then we came up with the idea. It was great. What is going to be the reaction of them both after the game?
Okay, they'll just prepare for the Armageddon. By the way, people in the chat saying they are all waiting now for my 100th birthday. Okay, let's just watch it closely, Amrita. This is going to end now. Uh, oh, they drew. They drew already. Arjun and Magnus are now tied at 2-2 going into the Armageddon with Wesley and
Oh,
Hikaru as well. I hope they don't play at the same time. What do you think? Or maybe they do. I guess it's okay because it's a
that's an
rapid game.
interesting question. Yeah,
It's a
whether
rapid
they,
game. So,
but I'm not sure if they will play at the same. Yeah, they will. They will.
but I will be interested to see how this bidding works because Amrita, the thing is in the bidding, will Arjun bid for black pieces, like really bid low? Because I think the time which is being accepted generally for black is 11 minutes. So
Acha.
you have a gap of 4 minutes. White gets 15 minutes, you get 11 minutes, and you get draw odds. So I think
Hmm.
for now it's a decision to make what Magnus will bid. I think Magnus might go really low because with black he has had good result.
No, with Arjun, he will try to have white. Maybe I
Yeah.
feel so. By the way, we missed a super chat. Samay Sahu says, "Hi Amrita and Sagar, you guys are the best."
Thank you, Samay.
Thank you. No, I think he'll go for white. Aditya Vardhan says, I'm watching from Kuwait. Have work in the morning, but I keep deferring by 5 minutes. Thanks to you guys.
Aditya Vardhan, you need to defer it by another 30 minutes. Then you can sleep with peace. Because, you know, right
Yeah.
now, I think if Arjun wins this will be one of the biggest victories of his
Oh, yeah, as an
of his.
Armageddon, na? That is definitely true. But in general, also to watch an Armageddon between Arjun and Magnus is so much fun, right?
Yeah.
Not an everyday thing for sure.
Because Amruta, the funny thing about these online events is that
Hmm.
although they don't add up to your rating,
Hmm.
they do add up to your confidence. And
Hmm.
you can notice Pragnananda, for example. He played so well in Champions Chess Tour last year. He became the Asian champion, which was over the board then. And he also played very well at Tata Steel in the first 7 rounds, beating Ding Lijian and so on. So the Champions Chess Tour, you are playing against the best in the world, the real opponents whom you will face later on. So it does add a lot to your confidence when you can beat Magnus in a match format.
100%. Like if we are talking about our guys becoming world champions, then these are definitely the stops. of the train stations.
Yeah. Okay.
Satish Kumar says watching from Finland. It is 22:41 here. That I
Nice.
mean, he gave a fact. So,
Finland, we haven't been there, right,
but
Amruta?
your best friend was there, no?
Yeah,
That
one
was the
of my very
student.
close friends was there for many years, studying there for his PhD. Also, my brother had gone there for youth
Fiji.
exchange program.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when he
When?
was young.
When he
So
was a youth, of course.
Finland is the best, some of the best quality of life, I think. Although
Happiest. No,
not
no, happiest
happiest,
is
not happiest,
Bhutan.
but not happiest. It's like all the infrastructure and all is really good there. But I guess they're also very lonely there, the
Hmm.
people. I'm not sure, but maybe he would be better.
Yeah, because they have 6 months of winter, which
Yeah.
is very hard. They can't go out, so that is a tough period, I think. By the
I
way,
I think Arjun will bid 13 to be on the safe side because I think he is more confident with white pieces. Or maybe he won with black actually. So maybe he bids 11. Yeah, maybe he bids 11 against Magnus. No, actually, Arjun should go really low because time has not been an issue for him. I think he should bid 10. And
ah,
Magnus will bid around 11 and then Arjun gets black. I think that's what he should do. You know, Amruta, go for black.
acha.
Yeah.
But with black,
He won one game with Magnus, and I think the game he lost was also with black.
hmm.
No, game he I think the game he lost was this one, which was also with black. But I mean, I don't think the opening played a big role there. He had a fine position.
This
So
one, in fact,
yeah,
yes. By the way, Italian opening says, Sir, I once said to my mother that I was going to my tuition, but I went to chess tournament and I got 95% on my test next day.
nice. Okay, but no need to lie there. It's better to just say the truth. By the way, Sumit Bhattacharjee had asked about his
Yes,
tournament, which is
exactly.
on 10th of Feb. Sumit, I would suggest to you the best use of your time would be to solve a lot of tactical positions. And it's not, sometimes you feel like preparing openings might be the best use of your time because it is what will happen in your games for the first few moves. But if you understand it a little bit deeper, a good opening will give you a good opening position, but not the full point. But if you are tactically alert and you're able to see moves, you're able to calculate, you will do well in even the middle games and end games and so on. So a very good idea is to do that. Secondly, don't over stress about the results. Try to just enjoy the game. This is very important, to just go there, have a good time, and keep a learning attitude, which is like no matter what the result is, whether you win or lose, you just learn and you grow as a player. That's the most important thing. What are you scrolling?
I'm just catching up on what all the chat. Chat is very interesting, It is the intellectual being.
Mhm. This is normal chat. This is not chat GPT. Okay, where is Arjun? What is the bid? Who bid what? I mean, chat would have told by now. They would know, Amrita.
Okay, what
Please
just
stop scrolling. Yeah, I'm tired.
you're tired?
I'm tired of seeing this you doing. Yes.
But you're looking at the board. Sagar Bhai, can you show any best game you played against strong opponent?
Yeah, maybe later. But right now, I'm very interested to know bidding information.
They have to bid less than 5 minutes. No,
More than five, I think.
more than.
But I'll just go to the washroom and
Yes. Okay. Maybe if there is time before the next game starts, Jangsta, your question will be taken by Sagar. It's a nice question. How does an amateur prepare openings? Also, which aspect is important to learn first? I would say that to understand the structure, so there are some books which let you understand the pawn structure. Based on the pawn structure, what you understand is how the pieces, where the pieces are good, which are the squares, diagonals, that kind of understanding about the pieces in that pawn structure, where they are good or not, good or bad, that will be understood. And then it should be understood structurally, intuitively, more than remembering moves, because as an amateur, you're not going to be remembering a lot of theory on the board. It's going to be very hard. So, of course, some tactical lines you will have to. Rajesh Jantilalas, have you guys ever visited South Africa? No, we have not visited. I only remember that. Oh, thank you. Oops. Oh, Zagar, how does an amateur prepare? Like, what aspect is important?
You know,
And a prepare
I
opening.
have one important, like an interesting thing to suggest, that instead of going for preparing everything, a very good way to prepare is to look at some part of the opening, maybe one video, maybe something like that, online or in some book, some chapter, and then you start playing it online. And whenever a game happens, you then refer again to your material or through wherever you want to access it, maybe chess base and mega database like this or wherever, and then you add to your knowledge, because whenever you have a practical experience of playing a position, you have an emotional attachment to it and you can remember the lines better. So maybe preparing a bit, playing online, then again preparing what went right, what went wrong, will help you to keep remember your lines better. Vinit says, I want Arjun to win, but I know it's gonna be difficult. I pray he gets mine and hold our viewers' patience and strength just to beat Magnus. Paji. Magnus said there is no way he would bid lower than me. Really? Let's see. Is Arjun black? Did he bid 10 minutes? I would be very interested to know. What did he bid? Let's go, Arjun. Himalaya says, can we see both the boards? No, let's keep one. I'll keep shifting pretty quickly. As the no, the game has not started yet. Magnus is on his phone. Aradhya Bansal says, pretty exciting day. Let's hope Arjun nails it. I hope so as well. Hikaru bid 9 minutes 28 seconds against Wesley's 9 minutes 44. Wow. That's being quite uh, confident about your chances with black pieces. Going below 11 minutes, even below 10. Amazing. So Hikaru gets 9 minutes 28 against Wesley's 15, which actually makes sense considering their match was so solid. Black pieces really gives them extra chances to hold the draw. Uh, what about Magnus and Arjun. So 15 minutes to Wesley, 9 minutes 28 seconds to Hikaru. Carlsen 10.01 versus Arjun's 11.50. Thank you, Manasvi Mishra, for these updates. Oh, Magnus opens. Arjun goes e4. Whoa! e4 by Arjun Erigaisi. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, because Arjun has to win. So he goes for the Italian, not for the Rui Lopez, which would lead to the Berlin. Very solid opening. Bishop e7, castle, castle. And well, it's the best opening to try, because in the Armageddon, you want to get a position as white where you have chances. And I think the Italian is the best way to do it, because you see, even Wesley has gone for the same opening against Hikaru Nakamura. He also played the Italian, but there's a small difference. While Hikaru puts his bishop on c5 in this position, and then what happened? Look at Hikaru. He's doing something like this. He's like, what happened? He's unhappy. He's unhappy. Something has gone wrong with Hikaru. He's smiling. He's just not happy. Meanwhile, Magnus. But bishop a7 is fine, right? What's the problem? Like, chess-wise, there's nothing wrong. There's an increment. There's an increment. Maybe that's why, yeah? Oh, did that happen? Because he bid. And also Magnus now sees it, right? Because Arjun cannot have just used 1 second. So actually, when they started the game, oh, that's the problem, guys. When they started the game, suddenly it was found that there is an increment, which should not be there when you're playing the Armageddon. And so the games have been stopped, and I think they will be started again. Oof. But this is actually a little bit sad for the players, because they don't want to play the same opening again now, because your opponent knows it. And if you have to change your opening, that's already like, okay, as black, if your opponent's playing e4, you want to play e5. That's the most solid opening out there. So suddenly there are strategies. Now it's a new situation. Do the organizers just take away the increment and then start from the same position with the same time? I don't know. I don't know what will they do. Rishi says it's okay, it's for both players. I understand it's for both players, but it's a little bit it does affect the players, no, at the end of the day, because it changes the strategy quite a lot. And I don't know if they will continue this game or they'll start a new game. Krishank says, can't white just flag when there's such a significant time difference? Krishank, if you see these players playing online, in 1 minute or so, they can make around 100 moves. So it's very difficult to flag them. No, of course, you cannot continue this game. That's for sure, Pritham. You cannot continue. You have to start it all over again, or you have to start it from here, removing the increment. With increment, you cannot continue. That is for sure. But what's, as someone who's organized certain events, I know that it's easy to go wrong. because finally there's someone who's been given this job of starting the games, and that person is human and they can make a mistake. But when that happens, you have to choose between various options available to you at a very short notice. You have to either restart the full game from the beginning, or you have to somehow take away the increment portion and then uh, go to that moment where those many moves were made and then add up the time and stuff like that, like start with that time. And both have their own drawbacks, and both will actually lead to their own repercussions. So it's not easy being an organizer in such a situation and deciding what to do. But I think, is the game still going on? Oh, they started again. My god, I'm just talking and talking and they made all these moves. Oof. New game started. Did they start new games? Okay, sorry. Bishop e6, bishop e6, f e6, c3, queen d7. Arjun goes knight a3, rook d8. He puts his knight on c4. Now b6, rook b1 because he wants to go b4. Looks like a good position. Queen e8, bishop e3, knight to d7 by Magnus, knight a3 by Arjun. He's going back to b5 to attack the c7 pawn. Queen g6, Magnus is coming out here. And if knight to b5, he's ready to just defend it with his rook. And Magnus says, I have a nice solid position. It's very difficult to outwit Magnus from such a position with white pieces. But Arjun has good chances, maybe knight h2, maybe putting the knight here, maybe looking for the d4 break at the right moment. And you will see the similarity between both these positions, like here Hikaru versus Wesley. Also you will see that white is pretty solid. Black here, it seems a little bit overextended. I think Wesley has better chances to win with white than what Arjun has. But let's see. Okay, b4 by Arjun, getting space on the queen side, and h6 played here by Magnus. It's a waiting game here by Magnus, because if you take, then after knight a5, the a4 pawn is weakened. The main thing that Arjun can do is make Magnus bleed on time. King h1. And very good move by Magnus Carlsen. He goes d5, bishop d2. Okay. Will Magnus find the move knight d8? That would be very nice. Knight d8 with the idea of c6. But then knight d8, ba, you don't want to take with the a pawn. Yes, Vignesh, you're right. When Magnus goes below 3 minutes is what we have to wait, and then there will be mistakes. True, true. King h8 played by Magnus. For now, actually, Arjun has kept his time lead. Oof, pa5. I don't like this move at all, because after knight a5, c4, Arjun had this in mind. But all of a sudden, his a4 pawn is weak. Also c6, kicking the knight away. And then maybe, where does the knight go? Like, you can't go back to a3 because bishop takes a3. And if you go to c3, then there is d4. Suddenly, Magnus is the one who's calling the shots after rook a8 and the a4 pawn is weak. So, for now, it doesn't seem like a great idea. As you see, Magnus has played c6. So, Arjun is already, playing with the white pieces in a must win, and has not a great position out of the opening against the world champion. So not a great position to be in. Manan Ved says, go Arjun, go. After all, it's not tough to beat Magnus. Hikaru versus Wesley. So Hikaru defending very staunchly, playing his pawn to c5. If Wesley pushes with d5, he's going to put his knight on d4. Maybe Wesley wants to sack an exchange here. It's very possible. It's a typical exchange sacrifice with a knight here and you get a pawn. We'll see if that happens. But for now, Arjun has to figure out what to do with the move c6. He might be considering to take on a5, but he did not like it, so he comes back on c3 and puts pressure in the center. Magnus doesn't decide to push on d4, he takes, which is actually a very good decision, because after take, does he now take on c4? I think Arjun seems to have, you know what Arjun feels is that if you take here, he wants to maybe just drop his bishop back, attack this knight. If the knight moves, then maybe the b6 pawn becomes weak. Okay, Magnus takes the pawn. He asks Arjun, what's your plan? I'm taking your pawn. Yeah, I think Magnus getting a good edge here, and Arjun has to very seriously consider playing bishop to c1. Because if you play a move like queen e2, your main issue is not just knight d2 but also rook f3. You can't take with the queen because you lose the d2 bishop. And if you take with the pawn, you've already ruined your structure, and this is not very good. Oh, what happened there? He played bishop h6. Whoa, that's a blunder. That's a blunder by Arjun. He misses that after takes, queen takes, there is rook takes f3. But somehow, instead of taking there, Magnus goes bishop c5. And he says to Arjun, look, I'm attacking f2 and I'm also threatening rook f3. But I'm a bit surprised that Magnus didn't take rook f3. I guess he was a bit worried about queen c8. But after king h7, black has a big attack here with this hanging. Okay, Arjun finds the best move. He comes back queen d3, rook d8. Now you must take on c4. Queen c4 is a must, otherwise you're just lost. And then rook takes f3 is coming in, guys, because then rook takes f3, gf3, queen h3 with the bishop looking here. It's already a mate. Thank you, Akshay Nathuji, for your message and for being a member for 25 months. Says 2.3k even at 230. Chess fever. Love you, CBI. Thank you, Akshay. Queen takes c4. Let's say I take here, and now how does Arjun save himself? Because all such threats like gh3, bishop hanging here, and you can't take this, by the way, guys, because take king here, there is check, f2 falls, and then it's a mate basically. So you can't do that. And Arjun now taking his time. He has 8 minutes. Magnus has 5 minutes 25 seconds, and also Magnus calculating carefully. But Arjun, for the time being, must take this. I mean, if you go queen e2 or something, you're just busted because of knight d2. What a strong move. And if knight takes d2, then rook takes f2, hitting the queen, the rook, other rook is entering here. It's game over. So very important to actually chop off this knight, and then you think about what to do here. But I think Arjun is unable to find a defense at this moment. Perhaps the only move here is knight d1. Oh, he blundered actually. He blundered. He played queen e2, knight d2 happened, and he took on e5. But then after knight b1, I think Arjun has sort of crumbled under pressure here. Rook d2 is coming in. Oh, rook f2. Oh, blunder. Oh my god, did he blunder this? I don't think Magnus blundered it now. But I mean, he was winning. Actually, rook f2 ke jagah pe, if he had played rook d2, it was all over. Black is totally winning. But rook f2 is actually good for Magnus's game situation, because even though now Arjun has some realistic chances to hold. Magnus is still clearly better. I think this is a risk-free position for Magnus. So draw is fine for him with the black pieces. And for Arjun, it's very, very difficult to win. So it seems like Magnus will beat Arjun Erigaisi unless we see a huge turnaround, which is very unlikely. And also Hikaru Nakamura is turning on the heat against Wesley, so which means that Hikaru moves through to the finals along with Magnus Carlsen. Wow, that's going to be a big matchup that we will see tomorrow. Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. Bishop c5. Vignesh, who's been a pillar of Indian chess for 24 months, says thanks for the coverage, Sagar. Enjoyed Vaikanze, now Airthings Masters, soon WR Masters. Great work. Thank you, Vignesh. Knight e2. Basically, we are on a journey with these phenomenal players, following their games and so on, and it's great fun for us to follow these youngsters as well. Okay, rook f1 for Arjun. Maybe keep fighting. Yeah, you keep going on and on. Who knows? Maybe some opportunity will arise. So what happens is, Magnus and Hikaru play each other. Yes, tomorrow. Arjun and Gukesh play each other, and Wesley and Sarana play each other. Now let's imagine that one of Arjun or Gukesh win, and let's say Wesley and Sarana, someone wins. Then the winner of both these matches play each other, and then whoever wins there takes on the winner of Hikaru and Magnus. Or actually, here's the thing. I think the winner of Hikaru and would the loser of Hikaru and Magnus then play the winner of these four players and then again have a chance? Would that happen? I think, yeah, that yes. So basically, the one who loses. Oh, by the way, Arjun seriously getting a chance here. Rook a5, rook here, Magnus making bishop a7, and now this is a big error because rook a6. Okay, from the match perspective, doesn't matter because Magnus is okay with a draw, but I mean, he could have played king h4 and he was winning here, but he played rook d2, allowing rook a6, which Arjun finds. And the point is that if you play rook e2, I take rook a7, which is a draw in a rook endgame. But if you try to save your bishop here, then after rook a5, it's a check. That's a very important point. And you can't be very ambitious and go here because it's boom, checkmate. So you can't do that. Rook e2, rook a7, king h4, and now very important to play king g1. Yeah, he finds it. Good move. Good move. Arjun fighting hard. Even if a draw, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, at least he's trying his best. King h3, rook g7. Again, he finds it. Rook e4, g5. And meanwhile, it seems like Hikaru Nakamura managed to draw the game against Wesley So and moves into the finals in the winners bracket. Okay, there you have a draw with Arjun and Magnus. And Arjun has to go to the losers bracket and to face Gukesh tomorrow, which is going to be a big matchup. Magnus Carlsen acknowledges this match, the difficulty of it, by a sigh of relief. Arjun fought really well, and he's not happy because he's coming close to beating Magnus every single time, but he's missing it. And I think that's the beauty of Arjun's play. First, Magnus used to kind of easily get him, and then slowly and steadily, Arjun is managing to give tougher fights. So that's very positive news for us chess fans. But Magnus, of course, one of the finest players in the world, of in the history of chess, and the best in the world. So once again, he wins and sets up a very exciting clash against Hikaru Nakamura tomorrow. So it's going to be Hikaru versus Magnus, Sarana versus Wesley So, and Gukesh versus Arjun. So tomorrow is going to be a fun match, fun matches. Do uh, join us. For now, I think it's time to take your leave. But also, I just want to know at what time would everything start, because there are these. So semi-finals, yeah, this is done tomorrow, right? Round final is at 11. Oh, uh, yeah. So actually, it's at 11:20 again. Magnus versus Hikaru tomorrow. Mm, yeah. Okay. By the way, guys, just all of you who are here till late in the night, I just want to show you something very nice. Um, Maybe it's useful to you, maybe not. Just so that you know, let me pull it up if I can. And all those who are tired, please sleep. But I just want to show this because it's something that we are working on every day, and I just felt like if I can share with you would be nice. Show you what the work is happening. Sumit, chess talent, we will, whenever we will launch it, we will definitely make a post so you will know about it. Yeah. So this is the thing. You can go to chessranga.com. Okay. That is what we are, that is what our Chess Base India training portal is. Just to show you what I'm doing and maybe get your thoughts in. Um, I would be very happy to know what you guys feel about it. So you just make an account here. If you don't have one, sign up. You can confirm it from your email ID. I have this one, and you log in here, and then there are all these different things, but there's one called fresh from the oven here, which is what I work on every day almost. And if you click here, you will see Arjun Erigaisi versus Ali Reza Firuza match. That was yesterday. And it has questions like these. It seems like Arjun as black is doing pretty well in this position, but white has a very strong move here. Can you find it? And so if you can find the move, you just try to spot it. Let's say white to move. You can also flip the board here. Try to think. And let's say, for example, an interesting move. Daksh Malhotra says knight e5. So you get a feedback. This would be a mistake because the knight on d2 is hanging. So this is hanging. So that's the reason why you shouldn't take. So it gives you feedback for your wrong move. The ones which we have saved. And so Aditya Sharma, if you play knight g5, then you lose the knight here. The move is very strong, by the way, is bishop d5. And then you go to the next one. You can continue that way. In case if you want to know the explanation, you can click here. It tells you exactly why this works, so with this doesn't work. A little deep, this is not a you can watch the analysis. Also, if you want the thing, you can click here on the video instead of just clicking here, which gives the position. You can click here on the video. You can say start the lesson. Champions Chess Tour is back in 20. And whenever you reach these points below here, these are the interactive moments. So I ask a question and it pops up like this. And you have to find the move here. Let's say this is the right move, or let's say you play h6. It says this is logical but would be incorrect, as after f3 the bishop on g4 would not have a great square to go to. So the right move, let's say queen c8, high level of prophylaxis, well done. With this move you are making square for the bishop on g4, and that's what if you think been working on. There's a lot of content here, and it's all free. We want to improve. It's for someone who wants to learn chess. You can just suggest here, they can go and learn everything step by step in a beautiful way with a lesson here. So you want to learn chess, and there's also classics and so on. So please check it out. I think you would love this. If you can just sign up here. I mean, of course we are making it better. We're just trying to get things rolling step by step, but all those who sign up, I mean, you guys would be on part of the journey. It's what, 2:51 in the night, and I'm talking to 1,000 of you. So if you just check it out, I'll keep on improving it with more stuff that will be put in. It's also mobile friendly, so hopefully this becomes something very useful for chess in India and the world, and people can learn chess here. No, it's just a website, Venkatesh. Just go to chessranga.com. It's not an app yet. Naman, there's no cost. It's free of cost. Yeah, we want to make it like really very impressive. That people can learn. Like, let's say, for example, basic opening chess traps in the Karo Khan. Let's say this one. What should black play here? Very important move. h5 is the main move, right? But if I do h6, this is a good move, as it creates a loop for the bishop. Also h5 is a good move here. So you made a good move. But if he plays e6, which is a mistake, then of course what's the winning move here. g4. Awesome, well done. Hitting the bishop is the right decision, and it is trapped. h5, and you win the bishop. So very good to learn, very good to improve, and generally it helps in active sort of active training. It's not a passive one, like you were watching a video here inspired by Magnus Carlsen playing the Karo Khan at the Skilling Open. Generally you just watch it, but here when you're watching it, that I will also play. So he said, let me kick the knight away. He played the pawn to h6, hoping that the knight will return. So what's the move here for white to play? Yeah, it's Udit, right? It's a responsive side. So here, Daksh Malhotra, you're right. Knight e6 is the best move. The knight moves to e6 where it can be captured. But look what happened next. The knight jumped into e6. The boy was like, wow, free knight. He simply picked it up. A better move would have been to play the queen out, but after knight takes f8, it's already a very good position for white. So he took the... Now what's the move? Now you guys would know. The mate here. So check and mate. Well done. This is forced mate into. So in this way it moves on the video and you get to sort of test yourself, get better. And what I've been doing is, here I go, if you go to Chessbase India and if you go to our videos, let's say for example this one, then at the pinned comment it says you can also solve these positions on Chessranga. So when you watch this from here, you can watch this video, but also if you click here, you can come to this video and you can watch it in an interactive format by clicking here. You can start the same video but with ability to test yourself. So anyone who wants to try it out can do it. So it's chessranga.com. Please do use it, and with the team of tech that we have, we would be improving it as we go on. It'll become one of the best websites tech wise. I know it's not the best in terms of user interface and stuff like that, but the chess content is really good. It's good quality and it'll help you. So thank you guys, and see you all tomorrow at in the tomorrow is going to be fun as well. And well, I thought these are going to be shorter streams because I thought everything will start at one go, and with 15 plus 3 we'll be able to finish it in like 3 hours. But actually turns out that it's almost 6 hours, 9:30. It's almost 3 p.m. So 3 a.m. But with Arjun showing such great chess, it's always fun. And I think the nice part is that one of the Indian players will move on to the next round as well. We don't like that Arjun and Gukesh are playing each other, but it'll be fun. Thank you all. And I will keep on working on chess and bringing you more interesting stuff. So please do sign up. Please do sign up to Chessranga and make the best use of it. For now, this is Sagar Shah signing off, guys. Bye bye. See you. Tata.